Drumroll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
11 weeks down, 1 to go. One final place through to Champions Week available. 141 players began the process at the beginning of January, but now only one last place is available through to Champions Week. It's week 12, it's finals night, and there's one final place at the Cinderella Ball that is waiting to be given out. Treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 80. Jared Cole has done it again.
One of those where
on the fifth leg, John Henderson.
tops.
The drama might not be over. It may not even have started for him. The 167 hitting Rob Collins where it hurts.
Barstow.
Tops he wants, tops he
Each on the
gets.
fourth leg, Gurney.
Christian Perez is into Saturday
Perez.
night on his Super Series debut. Welcome along to the live lounge in Portsmouth. It is packed to the rafters on this Saturday night as the business end of Modus Super Series 10 begins. It is a hive of activity, a place littered with anticipation ahead of a night of darts, which will see the final name through to Champions Week. Very good evening. Welcome along to Portsmouth for all of the action here at the Super Series, live and exclusive as ever on Pluto TV. And as I say, by the end of play this evening, we will know the dozen darters that will be vying for the £25,000 jackpot next week and can call themselves a Modus Super Series champion. We know it's not going to be Darius Labanauskas. He's not going to retain his title, but somebody else is going to make themselves a hero. We've got a couple of heroes here in the studio, Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell with us for the night's worth of darts, as they have done throughout the course of Series 10, and there is a real opportunity for somebody here to have the 8 days of their lives. Win tonight, they win £5,000. Win next Saturday night, they win £25,000. This could be the easiest £30,000 money-making scheme you can get.
Well, I wouldn't quite say it's probably the easiest, because the competition, obviously, this week has been fierce, and it will be even stronger going into Champions Week. But yeah, you'd think that maybe momentum is on their side, isn't it? They're here already. They're kind of zoned into the fact that they're playing the tournament, and it just rolls on into next week. So it's a massive opportunity for someone to just grab that last spot.
Can you almost break it down into a tournament format if you're a Week 12 player? For example, Alex Moore's waited 3 months to get back here, but the winner tonight will get straight back on it next week. They could break it down into one constant tournament.
I think we've seen it's an advantage in the past, because once you leave home, particularly if you've got a fair way to travel to come here, once you're away for that 10 days or whatever, 2 weeks, your mind is zoned in on playing darts. Everything else is forgotten. You're here for one purpose and one purpose only. And because you're staying away from home and you're away from it all, you just stay right on it. And you just think darts. And that's the way you've got to be to win it.
We've had some big names in action this week, vying for the final spot through to Champions Week. And these are the Super Six we're going to be watching tonight. Christian Perez became the first player from the Philippines to play at the Super Series and made quite the impact on debut, blitzing his way to the weekly final. Gurney's into his second, despite not having played at the live lounge in nearly 2 years. Will it be second time lucky for the Lancing Lobber? It's weekly final number 9 for Chaz Barstow. Will his heavy scoring and pinpoint accuracy on the outer ring see him into a third Champions Week? Rob Collins has levels that can rock the hockey. He'll be looking to pick up a first weekly title tonight as he embarks upon a 5th Saturday campaign. Nine-dart hero Jared Cole knows the Super Series well behind the scenes and on the hockey. Into a 6-weekly final. Is he going to be the king of the church tonight? Experienced campaigner John Henderson returns for his 8th Saturday stint. A weekly winner in Series 9. Will the Highlander pick up the final Champions Week spot in Series 10? So the Highlander John Henderson headlines the field. It's been a dramatic week to get us to this point. It kick-started on Monday morning from 9:30 with Group A. It was Christian Perez that won out in the end. He got off to an incredible start, Scott, winning every game on the Monday. He was absolutely tremendous. Had a little bit of a blip midway through, but managed to hold his nerve towards the end.
Yeah, he really did enough. He started really well on Monday and then just sort of maintained it, really. Kept himself in and around the top of that table. Yeah, he dropped off it a couple of times, but then won a couple of games in succession to get himself back on it. And it looked a really comfortable group win for him, really. But it shouldn't have been, because when we walked through the door, we were looking at John Henderson, Keegan Brown, Jared Cole, all people that know this place at the back of their hand. And it just didn't happen for them in Group A.
It didn't quite happen for Jared Cole. He finished bottom of the group. However, on Monday, he found a 9-darter. And how many times do we see it where a player isn't quite playing at the heights that we know they're capable of, and then does something like this out of nowhere?
Yeah, absolutely. You do see it more often than not. And, you know, it's great. Jared's found another way to put himself on the highlights reel once again, but it was a fantastic leg of darts. But unfortunately for Jared, the issue being that it wasn't a level, obviously a 9's not a maintainable level, but just couldn't get those wins. And Group A just didn't happen for him. But yeah, we always enjoy a 9-darter here at the Super Series.
Number 17 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group C was what we watched on Thursday, Friday afternoon as the players were divvied up into 2 separate groups. John Henderson won it from Jared Cole in second position. And as far as John Henderson's concerned, I suppose he's kind of done that thing that all the experienced campaigners do here. If Group A don't quite go to plan, peak at the right time on Thursday and Friday, and that was exactly what he did.
Yeah, absolutely. Group A, it's so difficult because obviously you've got 6 players in the mix and only one goes through. When you get into that Group C, Group B scenario, you just have to draw a line under what's happened. And you could probably put the same argument forward for Jared. They've just kind of drawn on their experience, drawn on the fact that the idea was just to qualify for Saturday, but we saw a much better level from John Henderson.
As for Jared Cole, it was a group of compare and contrast Group C. First day, excellent. Top of the group overnight, and then made to sweat it out on the Friday.
Yeah, and he likes a bit of drama as well, doesn't he? But yeah, absolutely. He showed his class. He showed what he could do. He dominated on the first day. It just all kind of fell apart, got very nervy towards the end, and it had to go right down to the very last leg against Ryan Brownlee to secure a place here. Could have gone the other way, but for Jared, it's job done. He's here. He's here for Saturday night, and it's a reset once again. It's kind of more knockout darts tonight.
So those are the 2 players who made it through Group C. Group B, well, it was far from... Well, it was very dramatic in the end. It was easy for Chaz Barstow and Lewis Gurney. You can see that with the points. So Rob Collins, the first ever player to make it through to finals night with just 4 points in a group. We'll talk about that in just a second. But in terms of Chaz Barstow, Scott, is this the best that we've seen from him in maybe the last couple of years, since we saw him really hit the ground running during COVID times? Yeah,
I totally agree. I mean, I was fortunate enough to play him a few years ago, and he was absolutely mustard. And he's had a little time, a little bit of illness, and now he's come back, and he looks absolutely spot on it. We played with him and Lewis at England a couple of weeks ago, and they were right on it. They were up for it, and they looked really good. So that doesn't surprise me that they both dominated Group B like they did.
In terms of Lewis Gurney, when you were playing with him for England, was there enough in terms of his performances there to suggest he could have a really good go at this week?
I think Lewis has always had that sort of get up and go about him and about his game, and he's so confident when he puts his foot to the hockey, and you can't teach that. You either got it or you haven't. And I've seen him get absolutely blasted, but he goes back up the next game, and he's still so confident, and that's the perfect attitude to have for this group stages.
My next question, I'm going to ask it quite bluntly. How is Rob Collins here?
Very good question. I think Rob's probably asking and still going through his head, how is he here? But the reason is because those 2 lads just dominated the group and stole all the points, basically. Took 28 of the points, 14 apiece, and that didn't leave many left to be going, and Rob got on the right end at the right time.
I know we joke and we say it in jest, but this is now an opportunity for him. He's got a lot of people in the auditorium for him this evening. Can he play this with an air of a free roll tonight?
Yeah, perhaps, because like Scott just said there, it was so tight between the bottom three. He's probably feeling quite lucky that he's actually made it through to finals night. But on the flip side of that, he's now got the opportunity, as we've spoken about already, not just to pick up the prize tonight, but go into next week, into Champions Week. So whilst, yes, okay, he lucky to be here, obviously, but now is the time. If you can find your best darts here on the Saturday night, this is when it counts. This is the main time to do it. So it could be a chance for Rob to show us exactly how he can play.
I know, ultimately you've got to create your own luck, haven't you, in this game? Right, let's have a look ahead to tonight then. These are the two groups that are in play. We'll give you a group each. We'll begin with Group 2 for yourself, Laura, because Rob Collins is of all for getting through to tonight is Chaz Barstow and John Henderson, perhaps one of the toughest groups you could conceivably be put in here at the Super Series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does. I'm not saying it puts a different spin on it because all the groups are going to be tough here at the Super Series. However, Chaz for me has been, statistically that best performer. Scott mentioned it before. He just seems to have been hitting those heights that we've seen from a few years ago. And I mean, what more do you need to say about John Henderson? All the experience, all the talent that he's got, and the success he's had here at the Super Series. Yeah, Rob Collins is finding himself in a rather tough position.
In terms of the other group, you look at Christian, Lewis and Jared. Is that a much harder group to call? Is that one that on paper looks very, very even? Oh,
it looks absolutely even. I think it's going to depend on those first games because I think there'd be nervy affairs. If they start popping up and doing 12 darters, I'll be very surprised because I think they all know that group is really open. Could we see a 9-dart shootout? It's as good a group as any to have one, I think.
Might well be one of those nights. Let's have a look at the odds then, see what the bookmakers think. Now, you look at the odds, and I know that your eyes instantly drew towards Chaz Barstow initially. 4-1 in the betting. When you consider his numbers over the course of the week, is he potentially the value play here?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. Only in so much as he's had success here. He's played in Champions Week a couple of times as well. But the levels that we've seen from him, if he can maintain them, he was head and shoulders really above the rest of the field. He's had big ton plus checkouts. He's had big averages. So as I say, if he can find that level from the off tonight, then he's going to be a tough one to try and track down.
But is the truth the fact that there's no real clear-cut favourite here tonight?
No, absolutely not. And I think the way that the odds were there for John Henderson, for example, he's the one with the lowest average of the 6 that's gone through tonight. He's there at number 2 in the odds. And you think, how has that happened? But it's because he's been here 8 times before. He's made 7 finals nights. And so the bookies know that when he gets to this point of the proceedings, he's usually very good.
Should be great fun. Really looking forward to watching the darts in both of your companies tonight. It is 18+. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this evening. Well, one final opportunity to put players through to Champions Week is on offer here this evening at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Week 12 is actually quite a good week to win if previous records suggest correctly. Christian Perez and Jared Cole were the first two, hoping that they are going to be the ones that will be back here next week. They face off in the first game of the evening session, and earlier on this evening I caught up with a pair. Jared, you're not somebody that likes to do things the easy way, do you? I can imagine going into yesterday, you're thinking probably solid day, get the job done, and then it all goes down to the final game, the final leg.
Well, where's the fun in that, it came down to the absolute wire. Obviously, Ryan's got to be gutted to miss out, but I'm so relieved to be here.
Christian, debut here at the Modus Super Series, and you must be really pleased with the way that things have gone so far.
Yeah, I was very happy with the result I had the last Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. I went through the finals and I'm very happy with it.
And I know there's more to my game than what I've proven so far. There's been moments of it, but I want the full thing to come out tonight.
I think I did very well in the double. My double is getting better, and if I give it a chance, I just took it.
Obviously, I'd love to be part of a Champions Week, and it being so soon around the corner after this, it would be really good to get myself there. Obviously, I'd like to say I'm warmed up by now. I'm 5 days in, so yeah, hopefully we can get the job done tonight.
I was supposed to go home a few months ago, but I keep hoping to play here in Modus. So when they finally called me up, and I was very happy with it.
Yeah, there's fire burning, definitely. I would love to go and win this tonight, but ultimately, I know there's 5 people who will say the exact same thing now. So what makes me different to the rest? Ultimately, the darts have.
Yeah, hopefully I can make it, and I just hope. Yeah, and hope for the best, yeah.
Right, we wish you all the very best, Christian. Good luck tonight.
Cheers, Henry. Thank you so much.
So the final place through to Champions Week is up for grabs. Christian Perez looking to get it, but Jared Cole's actually the only player tonight that is guaranteed to be here at Champions Week, because if he doesn't win this evening, he's spotting on Monday. Anyway, into the action, game 1 of 9 that we are watching here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as we book the final place through to Champions Week. It's Christian Perez against Jared Cole. Perez looking to become the first Asian player to qualify for a Champions Week, and we're watching it all in the company of Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry, and very much looking forward to seeing who will be the 12th person through to Champions Week next week. Christian Perez, first up to the hockey, 43-year-old, and the first person to play here at the Super Series from the Philippines. And he's facing Jared Cole, as Henry mentioned, very, very well known to the Super Series, because if he's not on the hockey, he's behind the scenes. For me, Scott, I totally agree with what you were saying at the top of the show. It just feels like there's not much between the three in this first group, and it's very much down to how these guys start.
Yeah, I do. I think it's sort of quite a nervy thing to do. Obviously, I played in the finals a couple of times myself, and
Christian to through first.
It's nicer to be playing
Game
a little
on.
bit later on the start of the evening as well, not being match number 1 up there. Although Jared's been here, I think Jared's been here 10 times before playing in the Super Series. He's only made a few finals nights, so you know he wants to prove himself. He lives down here now at Chandler's Ford. He's moved down here, and he works in the building as well now. He's one of our spotters and helps out with some of the socials. So he's kind of turning darts into a job. Maybe not so much throwing at the moment, but to kind of help fund the throwing that he does. So yeah, we know it's more difficult when you work in the building, because you get ribbed a little bit no matter what you do in the place. So we're all one happy team here, and it can get jovial.
100.
Yeah, but they will give back as much as they give, to be fair.
$100.
Is it right for me to say that Christian Perez is a slower and deliberate thrower?
100.
Yeah, and I don't know what you think, but it's something you see quite often more from people that have played on the Asian tour, that the action and the kind of approach to the hockey,
100.
they are more deliberate. Already a fiery start from both of them, both finding maximums.
Yeah, Perez hit 17 180s in his Group A campaign, and his finishing was delightful.
63.
Not quite on that occasion.
96. $88. Christian Ricard,
So it's
18.
Perez. He generally comes back and goes for double 9.
No score. Jared Ricard, 8.
Wasn't far away from the target, but it presents a real early opportunity here for Jared Cole.
$4.
And this was an
Christian
issue
Ricard,
for him in
18.
Group A. He had numerous occasions where he had 3 darts at a double and kept missing, and then the 1-4-1 popped up for the 9 darter, and he didn't even look like missing it. It must be very frustrating for him.
Yeah, Perez this time opting to switch, so double for the target now for Perez.
Getting shown the first leg.
This time just
Christian
slipped into the bottom
Perez.
corner, but it's the right double found.
Second leg, Jared to through first. Game on.
Cole has to forget now about those 3 darts missed at a double, because it's really hard to do,
60.
because it goes through your mind now. You feel like you should be there at 1-0. The momentum should be with you. You should be going 140 off with all the adrenaline and everything that comes from winning that first leg, particularly on a breaker throw. So he's caused himself a little problem there, and he's got to get over it.
121.
You can't dwell on it. You've got to forget that it's ever happened and move on.
And I always think it's also slightly more
57.
problematic when it is an issue that's kind of hounded you throughout the week. As you mentioned, it has been a bit of a problem for Jared, but doing it here when you've got through to finals night, as you say, you don't have much time to kind of settle yourself back in because a race to 4 can be
81.
over in the blink of an eye.
And you want to sort of set a stall out so that your opponents start thinking, oh, you know, Jared's not messing around tonight. If he gets to a double, he's
100.
getting out. And you don't want that. You don't want to be making mistakes early on. But then we are still in the group stages. If you are going to have a little blip, maybe now's the time you get away with it, because once you get to the semi-finals and the knockout stage, it is any mistake very costly.
99.
And we often refer to these early matches as being quite nervy, quite edgy, because obviously there's so much at stake. But Christian
46.
Perez has come out and he's really taken advantage here in this second leg, looking to try and break the Jared Cole throat. What you can't afford to do in the group stages, even if you do lose, is lose by a big margin, because it's very hard to come back from.
Yeah, you've got to get legs. And if you go down to nil, then
18.
you're really making it easy for the other two in the group. So Jared will also be frustrated that that didn't go his way. Second 180, but this is what we're saying about Jared. He is
Physical 120.
feast or famine at times.
Single 20 for tops, and this would hurt Jared.
Game shown the second
Climb the
leg.
ladder perfectly. Christian
Perez.
Perez races into a 2-0 lead, but as mentioned, that
Well,
180 to set up
Christian
58, and Jared Cole sat behind, not even
Game on.
having an opportunity, and Christian Perez takes it out in 15.
And to be fair, it's probably the score of 46 before the 180 that caused the problem there. Had that 46 been 81, 85, you're that much closer, and then you're putting that much more pressure
60.
on your opponent, and it's just frustrating as a player when you know that that's the issue.
28.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely the consistency, because as we've mentioned, Jared's hit those 2 maximums, but only 3 other scores of ton or more.
$60. $140.
I thought we were going to see number 3 there. It feels like a bit of all or nothing at the moment for Colt.
Yeah, it does, and I know he's got a few in tonight to support him, and that does always add a bit of pressure as well. The first time I came to the finals, I had a fair few in, and I got bashed for 2 games
60.
in the group stages, and I was on game 1 and game 3, and we were kind of done before anybody else was here. Before anybody else, so it was a tough night for me, that, and Jared sat in the same position. Oh, Adam Mould sat there in the crowd. He'll be here supporting Jared. Could have done his hair for this evening, couldn't he? Made a little bit of an effort. A big man in the ADC movement he is.
100.
In the southeast region, sorry. Runs a lot of the ADC events where some of the qualifiers come from to come here and play in the live
100.
lounge on some of these weekly events. And yeah, he's doing a great job, is Mouldy. He's a former cricketer, you know, very good cricketer, Adam Mould. He's still throwing, and he's still at the bar. He's just doesn't have to go outside to do what he does these days. Does it all on the insides, all the darting.
Yeah, Jared Cole was in a relatively
89.
steady position, but that
Christian
maximum
Cole,
turned this
41.
whole leg around once again in the favour of Christian Perez. Yeah, double 16 for a 3-0 lead.
Getting shown the third leg.
No trouble with
Christian
doubles for
Perez.
Christian Perez, and it is 3-0 in his favour.
Fourth leg challenge to through first. Game on.
We have to ask ourselves, would it have been that comfortable had Jared
100.
had won that leg that he let get away with 3 darts?
Yeah, there's often, you can go back on matches, can't you? And there's often 1 or 2 defining points all around kind of just bad timing when things don't go your way. And now you feel Christian Perez really does have the bit between his teeth as he races towards the finish line.
91. $59.
Well, a trebless visit for Perez after finding the maximum just offers a little bit of hope here for Jared Colt.
100. $58.
Yeah, Perez on 2180s for the week now. He's been scoring well.
100.
Yeah, and despite the 180 from Perez at the start of this leg, Cole will be the first to have a go at a finish. And as we say, even if this outcome doesn't go the way of Jared Colt, you do want to get legs on the board.
140. Jared Colt 110.
$10 for tops.
70. Christian Colt
And those
64.
are the ones that he's been taking this week. He's had clutches of, I think he had 9 ton-plus finishes this week, so it's double 16 here for the match. And he nails it.
Shot on the match.
Takes a
Christian
4-0 win
Perez.
in our opening match. Does Christian Perez. A little bit of a surprise. But Perez will be more than happy with that to open his day. He's had a couple of days off. Probably been practicing all he can in those couple of days, and it's paid dividends for him. It was a 93.94 average for Perez in that one. 92 for Cole, so he didn't play badly. It's just that mistake early doors, and maybe the game could have been different. We're going to head off into a short break, and when we return, we'll be bringing you Chaz Barstow taking on the man of steel, Rob Collins.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
waiting for? Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Hello, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Christian Perez got the better of Jared Cole by 4-0 to kick off the night's action. Now, throughout the course of this broadcast, there might be a couple of things that should never go out on TV. First of all, I'm presenting a show. But secondly, there was a banner which may have been deemed offensive in the opening match. If it did cause offence, we do sincerely apologise. So we move on now to game 2 of our evening session here at the Super Series. And it is a meeting between the two players from Group B. Chaz Barstow up against Rob Collins. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. Rob, I can imagine you're probably as stunned as the rest of us that you stood here this evening. Last night was probably one of the most dramatic evenings we've had here at the Super Series. Can you half believe what happened?
No, I can't, and I still can't believe I'm here, but I'll take it.
Chaz, 2 really good days for yourself and Group B. You must have been really pleased with some of your performances there.
Yeah, I've been back playing well for a while, so yeah, I'm really pleased with how I played over the last couple of nights, yeah.
Sort of, even after 6 legs down, or 6 games down rather, I knew I was going to win. But no, it was out of question, mate. After 6 games lost, you expect nothing. So I expected nothing. I just through, and they beat the other 2, and I'm here. And I still can't believe it.
Yeah, probably. It's a consistency I haven't had for since a few years ago. So yeah, I'm really happy with the game at the minute, and everything seems to be sort of pulling together. Yeah, it's good.
I've got a freebie. It's as simple as that. I've got a freebie, and I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it tonight, and they could be in trouble tonight. I'll tell you that now. They could be in trouble.
Yeah, my timing's been good as well, which is always good. If it's all right finishing, but if you're doing it at the right time against certain people, that's what you need to be doing. So that's working out at the minute.
I get the sense there's a bit of freshness there, a bit of a fire in the belly this evening.
Yeah, there is tonight. There wasn't yesterday because of what. On a different level what I'd going on, but that's different. But I'm here, and I am going to go for it, both barrels.
Looking forward to it. Got a few friends out there, a few friends in the back room as well, so it's going to be a great night, and yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight.
Third time the charm?
You never know. Could be.
Wish you all the very best tonight, Chaz. Go well.
Thank you.
Well, these two know each other very well. They played with one another in plenty of local competitions over the years. There'll be nothing that is a secret about this pair. It's Barstow against Collins in game 2 of the night. And as you can hear, the energy's gone up in here just a bit. Let's hand over to Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, the energy has gone up in here in a minute. And Chaz from up the road in Winchester. The Prince is his nickname. Well, some of us in England will know him as Fireball for another reason. Rob Collins, 46 from Bognor Regis. Nicknamed the Man of Steel. Because he does work erecting steel buildings. And Chaz mentioned in his little interview there that he's got some friends in the back room. Rob Collins being very much one of those. These two do get on like a house on fire, and the years that I've been playing on the Challenge Tour and the Pro Tours, these two guys have always been sat on the same table. Every one that I've been to, and that they are there. They are usually sat with each other. And I suppose you can add Lewis Gurney in with that, with Chaz, now that they're both in the England setup. And, of course, Jared Cole living just up the road as well in Chandler's Ford. And they play against each other on a Tuesday night in the Southampton Dart Series. So, yes, there is a little bit of localness about tonight's finals night. And could that be an advantage for, say, somebody like Perez, who can kind of ignore all that and be not part of it and concentrate on his job?
Didn't seem to bother him in that opening match, getting the better of Jared Cole by 4-0. But yeah, you can see that there was a bit of joviality on the stage between the pair of them, and obviously the crowd getting involved early doors. And we've mentioned it before, I think Rob Collins, I know he's nicknamed the Man of Steel, but after this week could be nicknamed Houdini, because that was some escape act in Group B to make his way through to tonight's finals. It's just whether he can make the most of it, because he finds himself in a rather difficult group, because not just Chaz Barstow, but you've also got John Henderson waiting in the wings.
Yeah, we didn't mention Hendo with the joviality. Hendo gets on with everybody. I've got to be honest, when he's in that back room and he's the only one there, he still gets on with the 5 other chairs. He gets on with anybody, that boy. So, yeah, I can imagine it's a real fun Saturday night atmosphere there tonight.
140.
I remember Rob Collins doing the Houdini act before. I was feeling up on him once at Sells and he beat me 4-3. And I still don't know to this day how he did it.
They often say dart players don't remember matches, but we always remember the ones that get away from us.
The silly ones that get away, for sure.
$81.
Now Chazzy down to 60 after just 12 darts.
45. Chaz 60.
Rob Collins may have came in here. Chaz Barstow now going do-si-dos to the left. Needs to go over the top. Goes back to his original throwing position to go for double 10. Drops it in. It looked like it was going in before. He knew it was going in before he even threw it.
Second leg dropped.
It's a lovely bubble to be in when you're feeling like that as a dart player.
Yeah, and these, we talked about it at the top of the show, and for me, these are kind of the levels that we've seen from Chaz intermittently, perhaps over the last few years. But you go back to when he was really dominating on the Challenge Tour, so much so that he managed to secure himself a place at the Ali Pali, where he really did. I think it was Michael van Gerwen in I guess it's not the prelim, it'd be the first round or the second round, however you look at it, but in his second match, and
100
started off really strong. He's been up and amongst the kind of top players before, and then just dropped off a little bit, and this is back to some of his best stuff.
But he's one of those players that you ask him what darts he uses, he hasn't got a clue. I know what they are, but he hasn't got a clue. You ask him what weight they are, he's not really sure. They just work for him, and he just keeps the game very, very simple. And Chaz is a really likeable guy and really good to be around. We've had some long trips together to Scotland with the England team, sat in a car, and he's done the right thing. He's fell asleep for about 5 hours because I'm in it chatting away. So yeah, he knows how to deal with the likes of me, that's for sure.
140.
We do have another one of our England teammates in the crowd. I did see Sean Holly in the crowd earlier while we were
57.
doing our pre-records and stuff.
49.
So, yeah, a bit of an England feel about tonight.
Rob Collins did well to leave himself on a finish. Hit a 140 in the previous throw, but can only back it up with 26. So a real opportunity for Chaz, if he can't convert the 161, to leave something quite handy.
Yeah, anything around a ton here for Chaz sort of causes a few
65.
problems, and that's an unlucky dart on dart out, that one. That wasn't a genuine bounce out. He hit the other dart and then killed the pace of the dart, and he couldn't hold on in the board and fell out.
40. Chaz 96.
Should be a good marker, and it is, and he just uses the barrel of that second dart, puts it into double 18, and it's 2-0 to Barstow. And that's a breaker throw, and he's could be another match tonight that goes 4-0.
Could well be. Funny little trip
57.
from Winchester down to Portsmouth at the minute with the M27 being mostly 50 mile an hour. You could probably get here faster on one of those racing bikes in your Lycra than you can in a car. I'm not sure that Chaz partakes in a bit of that, or any of his fans that have come in this evening. I didn't see any bikes parked outside or chained to the railings on the way in.
134.
Of all the modes of transport you could have picked, I mean, I thought train might have been up there with them.
Yeah, I live in the forest. We haven't got trains. We just hear them in the distance. We don't actually have them close enough. Mace the ace. I've got a chicken called Mason.
100.
I have. I named it after Mason. I did.
Any particular characteristics of the chicken that reminded you of Mason Whitlock?
He had funny hair on the top. It's a silky chicken. And those of you that knows about your chickens, they've got like funny hair on top. So I called it Mason. And it actually came from Mason and Simon as well. So I kind of rehomed it from them.
Things you learn at the Modus Super Series.
Stick with me, our kid. I'll learn you.
81. Chazuka 92.
Yeah, treble 17 should be the target. 87 left after the slip into the 5. Now, Barstow just looking to tee up, and yeah, just a few loose ones there in that throat.
He's got time. Rob Collins just hasn't found his range at all here.
100.
That's a better visit.
Chazuka 52. Game shown the third
Look down, checked where
Barstow.
he was stood in the right place, or did he actually drop
Fourth leg
a
rope to
dart?
throw
I'm not
first.
sure. I think he
Game
might
on.
have dropped his second dart that he originally was going to throw. Picked the third dart, then threw it, and then picked the second dart back up because it was already in the double top. Nice and easy.
95.
Chaz actually came into finals night running the highest average on the week. So we did expect him to come out of the blocks flying.
140.
Yeah, averaging around 93 at the moment, Chaz Barstow. But Rob Collins now finds himself in exactly the same
140.
position that Jared Cole did in the opening match. And you get to that point, you think, just get a leg on the board. No one likes to lose. No one especially likes to be whitewashed. But it's in this
92.
particular format, makes it very hard to get through to the next stage, to get through to the semi-finals if you've got no legs on the board.
119.
That's a good visit from Collins there. A double treble visit down the bottom. Maybe he should be switching a little bit
From the car,
more.
147. $97.
Yeah, it's a much better leg from Rob Collins. Knows he's coming back for 50. Just burns that one dart. Should have two at a double. Yet to actually have a dart
140,
at the
Rob
outer
Cal
ring so
50.
far in this match. And that's just in the 10. Chasing it round, double 19.
12. Chazuka
He's now had a dart at a double. He's hit it, but the wrong one. And Barstow here, the way that he's been playing, you'd think he only needs one.
Moves across the
Game
oki
shown
and
the mark.
finds the
Chaz
target, and
Barstow.
that is a 4-0 victory for Chaz Barstow. Rob Collins tried to rally in that fourth leg, but a little bit of trouble on the outer ring, and it just offered the opportunity there for Chaz Barstow to step right through. And confident performance, great opener, 92.5 average, 4 from 6 on the outer ring, including that 96 checkout. And that sees Chaz win 4 legs to 0. Well, coming up next, we go back to Group 1, where Jared Cole will take on Lewis Gurney.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Gurney
Couldn't get the job
gets
done.
got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 2 games down on this Saturday night, and it has been routine progress so far for Christian Perez and Chaz Barstow. A couple of 4-0 victories then puts them in superb positions going into the second round of fixtures for the night. And we're going to kickstart them with a couple of games in Group 1. And it sees Jared Cole in action. Now, he takes on Lewis Gurney. These two very, very good friends with one another. But for the pair, well, they're going to have to put that aside right now, particularly Jared Cole, who has to win this game to stand any chance of staying in the competition. A 4-0 defeat in his opening match means that he's going to have to win this one heavily, and he's going to have to rely on the last game of this group to go his way as well. As you can see, it's absolutely packed to the rafters on this Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the final week of qualification before Champions Week gets underway on Monday, and it really is a hive of activity here, and they're even bopping around to the tunes in the break. Good work by the DJ there. But as I say, Jared's opponent for this one is Lewis Gurney. 2 years since his previous appearance here at the Super Series, where he did make it through to the Saturday night. He went out in the group stages, and he's looking to go a couple of steps better here. Well, earlier on this evening, I caught up with Lewis to get his thoughts ahead of tonight's action. Lewis, fair to say you made up for lost time here at the Super Series. Really good display in Group B. You must have been really pleased with the way you played.
Yeah, I played steady all over the 2 nights. Yeah, played really well last night over the 4 games. So yeah, I can't complain. Yeah, can't wait to get on for tonight.
Last minute call up for yourself. Did that actually help to a certain extent? Because it meant you didn't have to overthink the scenario.
Yeah, I sort of just going on a free roll really. Yeah, and it's worked out quite well so far. Yeah, no, it's great.
Let's talk a little bit about you, because 2025 has been a really good start for yourself. Played for England at the British Internationals. Things are moving in the right direction with the game, aren't they?
Yeah. No, I won the qualifier to get in for England. I've just been called up for the Six Nations as well. So yeah, no, it's going well so far this year.
Towards tonight then, back into a Saturday night occasion. Last time you went out in the group. So I suppose for yourself, naturally, is it just about progressing that one step further and then maybe taking it from there?
Yeah, I suppose so. It's just getting to Saturday night is a great achievement again.
So yeah, see how tonight goes. Who knows?
And a good night tonight would cap off what would be a good week, right?
Absolutely, Henry. Yeah, can't wait for it, mate.
Well, wish you all the best, Lewis. Go well.
Cheers, mate.
Finish, but will he get the chance?
To complete the greatest escape in Super Series history.
Lewis car 116.
116 for Gurney. Triple 20 leads double 18. And that is a second ton plus checkout of the...
Oh, he smacks it right in the middle of the bullseye there.
Well, for Lewis Gurney, a victory in this one means that he'll be into the semi-finals. Jared Cole wins this one, he's got a chance. But if the King of the Castle loses this particular match, it's back to work on Monday for him. In the commentary box, it's Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, as you say there, this is a must-win situation for Jared Cole as he takes on his England teammate in Lewis Gurney. And once again, yeah, they are all smiles. The 24-year-old from Chandlersford, which is just up the road here from the Live Lounge. Yeah, he's got it all to do because he suffered a 4-0 defeat at the hands of Christian Perez in the opening match. And Lewis Gurney's 23 from Lancing. And both players, as you can hear, full of support here at the Live Lounge. Henry mentioned it before, we are packed to the rafters. They're up on the balcony, they're down on the floor.
140.
For me, that first match, it all kind of hinged on the opening leg. Jared Cole put himself in a wonderful position, had 3 clear darts to break Christian Perez in the first leg, and then didn't really recover after missing them.
No, absolutely. And I know that these guys sit together on the Dev Tour and stuff, so they're really good mates. It's really hard. It would have been difficult for Lewis to watch Jared going down to 0.
100.
But at the same time, inside, he was probably feeling a bit of glee, you know. He was feeling a bit happy.
Well, you can understand why, because in theory, it should make Lewis's job ever so much easier to get through to that semi-final.
And I think that when I've been here, I think
16.
that's the most difficult part, getting through those couple of group games to get to the semi-final. The semi-final is do or die. I think I've lost 2 semi-finals here. One, I was absolutely
68.
battered, I think. And the other one, I lost 4-3. Sat waiting to go and Thomas Banks beat me. So, yeah, it's tough. But it's getting out of the group is a little bit tougher than you give credit for.
This could be the ideal start. Double 6 required.
66.
And once again, a little bit of trouble on the outer ring for Jared Cole.
Like you say, he came out of the blocks really well, and now all of a sudden he finds himself on a dodgy double 3.
103.
Gurney puts him under plenty of pressure.
Getting shown the first leg.
But that's better from Cole, and I think you can hear how many friends he's got in the crowd.
Second leg, Lewis,
if he can just keep them on his side, it will make the job a lot easier.
82.
Well, that should be a real settler for Jared Cole. As I say, that's the first leg that he's actually chalked up so far this evening, and this
59.
is his last match in the group stages.
$100. $134.
And it's sort of lost for Cole, and he will be on his way home.
140.
Though I'm sure he'll stay and watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We see quite a lot of them. I mean, yeah, he could probably jump in the back room and
138.
pick up where he left off behind the scenes, but
of course, any sort of Cole loss will guarantee Perez going through. And the only way he wouldn't go through is top would be a 9-dart shootout. So
80.
That's a long way away.
yeah, the lay of the first dart's awkward, and I don't think that's made it much easier as Lewis Gurney moves across the
40.
oche and misses by just a
WK
fraction, and a
30.
chance here for Colt to break the Lewis Gurney throw.
Well, he hit the 140 to provide the pressure.
18.
And once again,
Lewis
he's
Gurney,
kind of
40.
fluffed his lines on the double. Went strong and hard at the double 15, didn't he?
Game shot on the second
Gurney
leg.
levels it
Lewis
up.
Gurney.
One apiece. But Cole again
Third leg challenger through first. Game
has
on.
given up an opportunity. And those opportunities you can ill afford to do here on the Saturday night.
140.
On the Super Series finals nights. Here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
91. $60.
Yeah, it's been a stronger display so far for Jared Colt from
60.
the performance we saw earlier on. He had 92, but 4 chances at the outer ring, none taken. In this match, averaging around 96.5 already.
59. $140.
And obviously this week, Jared Colt did treat us to that 17th 9 data.
Yeah, he did. It was, it came from nowhere.
140.
Henry even tried to jinx it by mentioning it on his second 180, like he usually does.
134. WK 102.
Yeah, double 16.
Game shot on the third leg.
Just like you
Jared
mentioned,
Colt.
Scott, those ton plus checkouts that don't seem to be as much of a problem for
Fourth leg
Jared
release to
Colt
third first.
as actually
Game
just
on.
leaving a double.
Yeah, that's his 12th
100.
ton plus finish this week. I know he's been here all 5 days, but it's still some going. And he seems to be better at those combinations
59.
with one dart in his hand. When he's got 3 in his hand, he seems to fluff his lines. It's just, I think we've all had
100.
periods of that as dart players. We've all had it. And you work out how to get through it, and then you tend not to allow it to happen too much again. It's always going to be part of the game when you're playing. On
98.
occasions, you will miss 3 darts at a double with 3 in your hand, but you learn to eradicate it as you get more experienced.
Yeah, I think it's when it becomes a thing. It's when you keep doing it. And in
140.
this kind of format here at the Super Series, you are game after game after game. You don't have the time to kind of think, where am I going wrong? What's going on? What can I do differently? You just have to keep trying to battle through it.
100.
Yeah, you do it on a league night on a Monday night
161.
darts, and you haven't got to worry about it probably till Wednesday. But here, you've got to worry about it sometimes. One game off and straight back on.
Yeah, 10 minutes
65.
later, up you go again. But it's Lewis Gurney here, firmly in control of the 4th leg.
94. Lewis Gurney 96.
Double 18, 2 apiece to level us up.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Lewis Gurney.
He had 2 apiece.
5th leg challenger through first. Game on.
Yeah, good stuff from these two. I have to say, these two are the babies
44.
of the bunch, aren't they, of these 6? And I know these two won't feel they're the babies of the bunch, but they
140.
definitely are with the ages of the other 4 players. The way you look in the media and the Luke Littler situation, everybody feels
77.
being younger is an advantage.
I don't know, I think being littler might be an advantage just in
100.
itself.
Yeah. Just want a little bit of his bank account and just his arm. That'd do me.
Not much then.
No. I'm one of those, mate. I'm one of those. Glass always
100.
half full. Never wish for anything that's no good, no use to you.
57.
Inviting first start for Jared Colt.
100.
There is the first maximum for Jared Colt.
140.
That's number 37 for the week as well for Jared Cole.
$60. Louis Ricard, 64.
I think with Jared Cole, he really is like kind of a first start merchant.
44.
You could hear the groan from Gurney, frustrated at that last dart.
That was a massive chance for a break there, wasn't it? Cole back with 3 darts in his hand. Is it going to be his nemesis again? Oh dear.
Game shown official.
Saves it with the last. Big breath from Cole, puff to the cheeks as he leaves.
Game on.
I think Archie Self sat at the front there as well.
140.
Probably the Youth World Champion.
$81.
Yeah, these 6 tonight really have drawn in a big crowd.
100.
It's been a really competitive match so far between the two. Everything going with advantage of throw so far.
96. $57.
Well, our opening 2 matches,
85.
They both went to 0. This one has the feeling it's going to go all the way. Gurney has a healthy lead in the leg.
140.
He has a lead in the averages as well. Cole running a 91, 94, so just shy of a 92, and Gurney up there on 96.
44. Louis Ricard, 64. $32.
Narrowly misses the double 16. But that last visit from Jared Cole, just 44 points. He was all the way back on 195. He's going to have to hope for more mistakes if he's going to win 4-2.
95. Louis Ricard, 32. Game shown the 6 leg.
Worked that in beautifully. We do have a level match at 3 apiece. It's a one-leg shootout between the pair in a match that Jared Cole cannot afford to lose.
$60.
And that's 3 of the nicest darts he's thrown this evening, all on the top wire. An opportunity knocks for Gurney.
55.
Oh, and he knew it was knocking. This is the tense, nervous headache time. Cole has to win if he has any chance of staying and extending his
44.
visit. I have to say, those 3 look very nervy indeed.
Yeah, it just gets to that
97.
point in a match. It's very edgy. You just say to yourself, you know, just one treble a visit. Just start off with 1 treble a visit. If you get any more, that's brilliant.
Yeah, but that one, he started to walk on it, didn't he? And then let go of it a bit late, trying to make sure it dropped
59.
into the treble, but it went too low. But at the moment, Gurney's not doing anything more. The only thing that separates them is 1 treble 19 from Gurney.
57.
Cole now chasing and chasing, trying to find any significant treble. The throw has now been turned into Gurney's favour.
44.
But it's just one of those legs where it's going to be a tough one, and nobody really wants it. It's going to take a big moment, a couple treble visit or something for somebody to grab this leg by the scruff of the neck.
100.
Jared Cole having to settle for 1 treble, but he'd be disappointed because it was a really inviting first start. And back comes Gurney. Gurney should be on a finish at
98.
least after this visit.
Yeah, sensible move there. Didn't want to deflect into the one. It wouldn't have left him a visit. So came to the open target, avoided the deflection issue. Cole's got to stay there, really, to try and even it up.
60.
He needs to be, 120. He still only needs 1 treble. If this 148 doesn't go, it doesn't go. Lewis will try and hit the second. He doesn't.
120.
So it's now or never for Jared Cole, you have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't like the lie of that. He's got options. We have seen him go ball previously, but sticks with the treble 20, finds it, tops for a 4-3 victory.
Game 7.
Chops is pinned, and it's another ton plus checkout for Jared Cole in a match that went all the way and one that he had to win. The 120 securing the 4-3 victory over his England teammate Lewis Gurney. It was a competitive match throughout, got edgy towards the end, had a bit of everything, and you can see Jared, it's celebration, it's relief, and he's just thanking his friends in the crowd, but does keep it still interesting in Group 1. There you can just see the averages. 86.92 for Jared Cole. It was just over a 90 for Lewis, but some early opportunities missed. Just went the way of Jared Cole in the end. And we go back to Group 2, where Rob Collins will face John Henderson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series before the break. Drake's definitely not here tonight. But Jared Cole wrapped up victory against Lewis Gurney, courtesy of a 120 checkout. Now, this dart pretty much summed up whether he was going to be in or whether he was going to be out. He pins the tops, and he had a decision to make after the first dart as well as whether he was going to go bull or not. But he pins the tops, he takes out the 120, and he keeps himself in with a squeak of making it into the semi-finals. But that is dependent on Christian Perez getting the better of Lewis Gurney in Game 5 of the evening session. Right, let's get into the crops of Game 4 then, shall we? Because we're going to see Rob Collins and John Henderson go toe-to-toe. Now, Rob's in a similar situation to what Jared Cole was, having lost 4-0 to Chaz Barstow in his opening match of the evening. Now, he takes on John Henderson. A victory here sends himself through, sends Chaz Barstow through, and Group 2 will be quite academic. But as we know, Rob Collins has got this real fighting quality about himself this week. He lost his first 6 games, managed to find a way through, and he's going to need a similar like miracle here. But for John Henderson, he's looking for a 3rd title in this building. He's looking for back-to-back titles here. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with Hendo to get his assessment of the week so far. John, is it fair to say this has been a week where you've been getting better as the week's gone along?
I probably would say that, yeah. So I struggled at the start, but once we got into it, I know I had, because I haven't been practising much lately. But no, as the week's gone on, you're right enough. Fair to say that it has been getting better. Yesterday probably was my best day, so hopefully I can just get better again tonight, because it's going to have to be like, so hopefully it does.
Was it all about getting into the flow of things then this week?
I think so. Modus is massive for me, so just get into the Saturday, whether you do it through Group A, through Group B or Group C, whatever it is. So it's just a case of if I can bring my A game in, hopefully it should be good enough to get into the Saturday night.
Into tonight, but this is a very, very tough field this evening. I can imagine you're under no underestimations as to how tough this is going to be.
Oh, I know it is. I just knew my group earlier on this evening, like, so it's going to be hard. Chaz and Rob, very good friends of mine as well, so it's going to be tough. I'm going to have to up my average once again, but I'm up for the challenge, and hopefully I'm still here for next week.
And hey, you're good at winning week trials, and the last time you were here, you won a week as well. So this may all bode well for you, Hendo, possibly.
Well, yes, that's right. It was my very first one, so no, good memories for that night as well. And then obviously having to play in the Champions Week, and hopefully I can repeat that.
Wish you all the very best, John. Good luck.
Cheers, mate.
This could go. Oh, it does go. That is absolutely
stunning. 180 of the match is average.
And that is it.
And the match. And the winner of the Modus Super Series, John Henderson.
Well, the crowds here are singing "No Hendo, no party," and I think I tend to agree with them. It wouldn't be a Super Series Saturday without the former World Seniors champion in action. He takes on Rob Collins, who has to win this game to stay in the mix. John Henderson with a victory here. So not just himself, but Chaz Barstow through to the semi-finals. Lord Turner and Scott Mitchell are in commentary for this one.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Hendo. There is no rocking on a Saturday night without Hendo being in the building. And that's not just his throw. It's the first time we've seen John Henderson this evening, and he'll probably appreciate it a bit of a wait. Let everybody else have the nerves and the ifs and the whys. He takes on Rob Collins, 46-year-old from Bognor Regis. He's 4 times a weekly finalist, so he knows all about what he does here. The man of steel. And he comes up against the 51-year-old from Huntly, the former PDC World Cup winner, former Seniors World Champion. And that's just for starters. Hendo has had a glittering career within the darts, and he said to me in the week when I chatted, he said, you know, you don't come here to come second, you come here to win the week, and if that sees him in next week, then all well and good. But he's not looking too far ahead, and probably rightly so. He didn't have a convincing Group A campaign, and he definitely came to the fore in Group C, and you have to turn up in Group C because it's only the top 2 go through from that group. It's played on a Thursday and Friday afternoon.
125.
And it was like this week, he drew a line in the sand, stepped over it, forgot all what happened in Group A, and battled on and won the race for Group C.
Yeah, I played in Group C and in Group B when we've done the specials weeks, the women's weeks, and I will say, yeah, I'm
$60.
much more of a fan of Group B. It's less games, but it presents that extra opportunity that 3 go through from 5, whereas, as you mentioned, just the 2 from 6. You've got to be on it
100.
from the very, very start. And it's quite hard to claw your way back up the table if you don't have a dominant start. John Henderson was more than aware of that.
119.
Yeah, but this is a good start here. My Rob Collins. And as Henry was mentioning, it's another situation in a match that he has to win if he's got any chance of staying in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And no tougher match to have to win than against John Henderson.
You kind of get to that point, don't you, that you're not just, you're not just playing another competitor for some people. You're playing an absolute legend of the sport in someone like Hendo.
$62. John McCart, 80.
2 at double 10 then to break Collins' heart.
70.
Doesn't quite happen. And like I said, this week, Group A, he wasn't quite on it. Better in Group C, but...
Being shown the first flag, Rob Collins.
Rob Collins, you mustn't let him get ahead of steam.
Second leg, John,
He's one of those players that really plays with a lot of determination. It's not anger, it's just passion. And he's always played like that ever since I've known him. And when that's missing from his game, that's when he struggles, Rob Collins.
100.
Yeah, there are certain players, aren't there, that when their back's against the wall, when all hope kind of looks like it's gone out the window, there are players that can really just draw from within. As you say, that tenacity to never admit to yourself that a match is over until your opponent actually crosses the line, and it's a great attitude to have.
60.
Hendo will come into this knowing that a win will be enough to get him through, and that's kind of all you want to do. But like I said, Collins now hits his 10th 180 of the week.
60.
Has he hit a more important one than that? I probably doubt it. Timing is everything. Needed something after that disappointing first visit. Has a lot of people
60.
in the crowd for him here. You can hear it. And he doesn't want to let them down.
96.
Well, Rob Collins has got 6 here from 216. Hendo not able to leave a finish. Unfortunate clatter into that
120.
board, but recovers well.
$70.
Just recomposes himself there, Hendo. It's a nice treble to keep him in the leg. Should Collins give him half a chance?
56.
Big single 16, so
115.
you feel the 115 has to go from Hendo. Treble 20, double 18 from here. There's the treble 20. Is this the double 18?
79.
No, not to be.
40.
Yeah, not far away, but Rob Collins back for tops, and this would be for a break of throat. 2 good markers. Can he use
20.
them? Pulls the last start very, very low.
Well, you'd think Hendo wouldn't need a second opportunity here.
Thank you.
Somebody said something in the crowd there. Hendo
Game shown
steps
the
off,
second leg.
has a little giggle about it because it obviously was quite funny. And then comes back to it. That's experience for you right there, Laura.
Yeah, you get those situations you have to draw and everything, but he's still smiling, so it must have been something really funny. We'll have to find out what was said. Probably not to be aired, though.
45.
Yeah, probably not. We have Henry at top of the next link apologising again, I think.
100.
Hendo has been experiment with these new all-in-one setups on his barrels. He said he'd been practicing with them last week before he came here, and it's a new setup he was trying, and he's stuck with it. He's stuck with it all week. Here we are, sort of 6 days in, and he's still with it.
Where do you sit with them? I always find that, I don't know, I kind of twist my flight because of the system that we've got, and it's just something that kind of focuses my mind. It's
95.
I'm never quite sure. You see different results with these the whole moulded pieces.
They remind me when I was a kid and you used to go in the pub and borrow the pub darts. All the pub darts had the moulded flights on them, and you could hire them. There was a little sort of guide dogs for the blind little box there, and there was a couple of sets of darts in the box, and you popped a pound in, used the darts, and then replaced the darts, and off they went. And so they had stuff that was unbreakable on all these, or indestructible on these darts, and that was back in the 80s, and now here we are. They're sort of pretty mainstream now, and with many companies doing their own type of version of them.
Rob Collins now under all sorts of pressure. Hendo with 32 points to break the throw. Chasing it around the board.
24.
Can't convert. So
90.
again, you feel this is a position for Rob Collins that he must hit 90.
Do you go straight at it now? No, you go safe. That's exactly the play.
60.
You have to go with it with the second one, though, Rob.
8.
Yeah, again chasing, and has to move across the oche just to try and find a route through to double two.
6.
Not to be for Hendo either. More chances for Rob.
And I have to say, this is kind of the way that Hendo's been all week. I think I've seen him miss more times with 3 darts in his hand this week than I have in his whole career.
Fourth leg John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there were 6 missed in that leg alone, and if John Henderson is to win this match, he's going to have to find a way of breaking Rob Collins. And
40.
He had chances in the opening leg, missed a couple. He had chances in this one as well.
$100.
I'm sure the people up in Scotland are watching Pluto TV and cheering on
38.
their boy, former John Henderson, this evening. I know Scott Campbell is. He sent me a lovely little message earlier. Hope you're well, Scott. Scott is the Scottish international captain.
Yeah, and we'll also see Scott next week. Scott Campbell picked up one of the weekly titles here at the Super Series in Series 10.
60.
Yeah, he will be competing in Champions Week for the £25,000 on offer at the end of the week.
90. $100.
Collins has turned the throw round here
40.
on Hendo, but both have only hit 1 treble this leg so far. Littered with trebleless visits.
I saw the plan. He was working out the best route to leave himself on something.
Yeah, single 19 with that last dart would have left him 167.
97.
But after all the deliberated, he went and hit a big 7.
Isn't that always the way as well? When you kind of fluff your line slightly, don't leave a finish. Treble 20, treble 20. Okay, no, 167. It would have been a different route, but that's frustrating.
As frustrating as that is for Rob Collins to throw
125.
his first dart into the 5 and then follow it with 2 trebles. So Hendo with 3 in hand now.
Game shown the fourth leg. John Henderson.
No messing around on the doubles that time
Fifth
for
leg
John
dropped to third
Henderson.
first.
Levels
Game
us
on.
up at 2 apiece. And Group 1 and Group 2, there's some real parallels, some real similarities between the two because both
98.
groups, first match went 4-0. Jared Cole needed to win and it all went with throw. Rob Collins in exactly the same position and hoping that it all goes with throw once again.
43.
I was going to say, you're going to put your neck on the block there, but you did. Fair play to you. Enough respect for that.
66.
Bit of a saviour dart there from Rob Collins with the last one, but those are the darts that make you start to believe it's your night. Those are the darts that make you feel
140.
on a terrible night, it stops you feeling you can win.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? 66. If you go treble 21st and then go 5-1, you just
84.
think, terrible visit, haven't made the most of it. If you go 5-1 first and then you save it with a treble 20, you kind of feel, same score, but you feel so much better about it.
121.
Yeah, you do. And had a mould there and a glimpse of him. He's enjoying it. This is good from Collins. This is very good from Collins. The second of the match, and once again, it's all about the timing. A 140 here would be back at him. Not quite.
73.
Yeah, Hendo just tapping on the shoulder of Rob Collins. Just checking the score. 54 required, so single 14 leaves tops for a 3-2 lead.
53. John Yukar, 97.
Seen that a few times from Rob, but just pulling it slightly low, especially on that tops target. What would you be doing here, Scott? Double.
I think he got caught in two minds there.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he did.
$35. Rob Yukar, 20.
You said about timing, and that was terrible timing for Henderson. Offers up another chance here for Collins, and one he takes and does go within one of the match.
Six leg John.
You can hear he's got a few in,
Game on.
and that goes right through you when you're up there and you lose a leg, particularly one where you've not been playing very nice at all.
60.
Yeah, that hurts. All that noise hurts when you haven't won the leg, but it does spur Rob on, and he's got a bit of momentum now, and you wonder whether he will now stay
100.
straight to the end of the game and inflict a defeat on John Henderson here.
Yeah, I do wonder how much he's taken from the fact that would have seen Jared Cole, who was in exactly the same position, go up there,
123.
get that 4-3 victory and keep everything, still in play.
$100.
Especially as these second game opponents for the players that have already played, they're coming out cold. They haven't actually had a matchup on the stage tonight in front of the crowd, soaking up the atmosphere. The other players have. I never know if that's a slight advantage, even if you've won or lost. If you go out first just by way of the fixtures, then when you come back out, you kind of know what you're to expect out there.
Yeah, there is that about this one too, and it being John's first game, and also he has to throw second as well. Rob has thrown second in his first match, but that's
58.
not so much as a disadvantage because your opponent hasn't thrown. So, but where Rob has thrown here, I always feel that's a tough one.
43. John Yukar, 120.
You can see exactly what Rob Collins thinks of this, and we've seen a 120 a couple of times already tonight. John Henderson looking to add it to his tally. Just checking, it's there. John Tops is required. And Tops is found. We are at 3 apiece.
7 and final leg, Rob to throw first. Game on.
Lots of encouragement for both players from the crowd. But as soon as that first dart's thrown up, most respect
100.
for both.
Yeah, definitely. That's how it should be. Give the boys the best of order.
95.
You can hear a pin drop in here now. It goes from one extreme to the other. And then you start saying to yourself, how's your luck? And that's a really good visit from Collins, you have to say, under the pressure of the circumstance.
Thank you.
And this could be the perfect response from John Henderson. And that is his first maximum of the match. And what a time to get it.
$55.
Bob Collins in this leg now has gone from kind of cruising along to that weight of pressure from that maximum by John Henderson.
Thank you. $101.
Collins now desperately trying to put on some pressure of his own because
85.
Henderson has the first opportunity for the match.
$125.
The row's been turned. That's a 14, 111 there. It'll go back up the top. And back for treble 17. Oh, which he nails. That is a big, big last dart from Henderson.
Yeah, treble 19 now desperately needed for Rob Collins. Has just gone left into the treble 7. So Hendo tops for the match.
40.
Something else making him laugh there. Any sort of win here for Henderson. And he's through.
Game shot of the
And that last dart does for Rob Collins. It was the first game that caused him the issue, the 4-0 loss for Collins, but as always, a graceful loser. And there's your winner, John Henderson. Saying thank you to the crowd. Very important win for John. It was one of those gritty determination battles, and 88.03 for John. He knows it wasn't his best, but it's all about the number 4 on his side. We head off into a short break now, and we will return with Lewis Gurney taking on Christian Perez.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Champions Week gets underway on Monday morning from 9:30. The finals will be this time next week. And following that, we're going to have a couple of specials weeks. And we're going to announce the lineup, the full lineups for both Women's Week 3 and International Pairs over the course of the year. We're going to kick off with Women's Week 3. That's from the 28th of April to the 3rd of May. And then it's going to be International Pairs, the first International Pairs here at the Super Series. That's going to begin on Monday, the 5th of May. That's a bank holiday Monday. And that's going to be all the way through to the 10th of May, of which after that, the 4th Influencers event will take place on May the 11th. All of that live here on the dedicated Super Series channel here on Pluto TV. To tonight's action then, and this is what we've seen thus far, 4 games down. And as you can see, the first round of fixtures in either group went 4-0 to the victors. The second round of fixtures went 4-3 to the victors in that one. So 4 games down for the night. We've got 2 more matches to go, and it sees Lewis Gurney and Christian Perez go head-to-head in the first of them. And, well, this group's still very much open for interpretation. Dotting the I's and crossing the T's in the commentary box for this one, Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, as mentioned there, it was Perez that got off to an absolute flyer in this Group 1, beating Cole 4-0, but Cole rallied in terms of the group and managed to get a 4-3 victory over Lewis Gurney. So interesting to see how this one will play out. For me, Christian Perez, he just looks so comfortable, so at home. You know, you wouldn't think he's here on debut, practicing, playing in front of this live lounge crowd. Seems quite confident.
No, absolutely. It's one of those. He always looks comfortable wherever he goes. He doesn't really ever look to be rushed. He does things at his own pace, and he's got himself in the group already. That a couple of legs here, whether he wins or loses, that will see him through. Lewis Gurney's in a different situation here.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
He has to win the game.
First. Game on.
Lewis Gurney beats Perez. Jared Cole goes home. So the 2 good buddies
90.
have got themselves into a bit of a predicament here, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Christian Perez, you mentioned it before, he started very, very strongly in Group A, and then afterwards just seemed to be able to do more than enough to keep himself afloat at the top of the table. One of those players that kind of just, I imagine he knows exactly where he is, exactly what he has to do just to make sure that he gets through. And as mentioned, a couple of legs, and that'll do the job for him.
If Perez goes on and wins the game, that puts Jared Cole through. So yes, there's a bit of a scenario here.
Which position would you rather be in? Because I know which one I'd rather be in. Would you rather be Jared sit out the back waiting for a result to happen, or would you rather have your fate in your own hands?
Fate in your own hands, and if your hand goes tight or you miss a dart, a double, it's all your own fault.
100.
All day long.
Yeah,
Live
100.
by the sword, die by the sword.
40.
I think you have to in this situation.
Yeah, 100%.
To say I've been in a situation with Group C that I thought I was out, and I was next door in the establishment with some of the other players when it
100.
came through that the bottom player of the group had just beat the one in the middle and won his first game of the 2 days, and I was through.
139.
And yeah, I'd already given all my sustenance away, thinking I wasn't be playing the next day, to the player that won. So yeah, it was yeah. I was sat next door when I found out.
Lewis your car.
So yeah, I'd much
32.
rather be on there and dictating what was going on.
Game shown the first leg.
It's a solid
Lewis
start for
Gurney.
Lewis Gurney. Takes that opening leg.
Second leg,
Takes
Christian
it
to
14
first.
darts.
Game on.
Yeah, he had the darts, but I think Lewis knows what's going on here. The pace is quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Deliberate. Yeah, that's the pace is very deliberate.
100.
And obviously Lewis and Jared were quite fast-paced game, and that's why we got
140.
such a great game out of the two of them. Both on that 90 average, so... But this is the way that Perez plays. I've played him a couple of times. And he made me look like Ricky Evans.
One of them 40.
Yeah, and I think as players, especially if you are a faster player, you do have to learn how to adapt. And you know, you can. For me, it's all about my time when I start the approach and get to throw the dart. So you have to kind of hold back,
91.
right? You know, ever so slightly longer than you would do, perhaps if you are playing a pacier player.
Yeah, and Lewis has played an awful lot of darts in his youth days, and he has a lot more experience than his youthful looks will give you. And
One
I've
of
also
them
played Lewis
40.
as well, and he knows how to deal with the slower pace. I know that.
Yeah, that slip there means he
44.
can't leave a finish.
Christian
And
121.
Christian Perez down to 1-2-1 after just 9 darts. It's a good response from the man from the Philippines.
$89.
It's an interesting route to go the 11 route if you're not going to go for the ball.
Maybe he was looking at 28. Maybe he was looking for the treble 11 and sort of having a 50-50 shot at
88.
it. But you wouldn't
Christian
say you went at it
32.
full-hearted, did you, at the treble?
Game shown the second leg.
But pays
Christian
dividends in
Perez.
the end, and it's a 14 dart response from Christian Perez.
Third leg, Lewis to throw first. Game on.
He had, after Group A, after 2 days, it was a 42 or 43% double checkout stat. And that was what was getting him through games. He wasn't doing a great deal more than anybody with the average, but when he got there, his double percentage was very, very good. And we've already seen from him tonight, he was 4 from 6 in his first match. And he's already
100.
1 from 2 this evening in this one. He is efficient. And let's not forget that Perez only leads just one more leg. And he is through no matter what happens.
One of them 40.
And one more leg will see him win the group. Obviously, the advantage of winning the group means you get the darts
40.
in the semi-final. So the only game that we do bull up is the final. Here, that's the only game you bull up all week. If you make the final, it's balled up. It's not extended in legs, still best of 7.
100.
I will say one of the other advantages is if you don't play the player that tops the other group, but waiting in the wings in the other group are the likes of Barstow and John Henderson. So it's going to be a tough game for anyone that goes through from
97.
Group 1.
Yeah, the two guys, if you were in a draw normally, you'd be hoping for a bye.
Last minute withdrawal.
Treble 17 now then. Bullseye.
Game shot.
Nearly smack bang middle. And that is a super breaker throw from Perez. A 12 dart leg. 140, 140, 100, 121 on the ball.
Yeah, and obviously Christian Perez is the player that managed to secure himself a tour card, but couldn't actually really compete on the Pro Tour for the first year. Couldn't come over here and work in the sport. Being from the Philippines, it's very difficult, but you can see how and why he got the tour card, because this is a great performance from him, averaging
140.
around 112 at the moment.
Yeah, he beat me on the way to his tour card.
Sorry, Scott.
No, thanks for that. I thought you were doing it on purpose. Could you not just jab me with a coat hanger or something? It'd have been less pain.
$43. $140.
Good response from Lewis Gurney.
I don't know if I'd be that happy about it. She looks rather...
Well, it depends if you got hit by a Rolls Royce or a smart car.
140.
Well, we're pleased to see that you're happy about it, madam, and we're pleased to see that you're still here at the darts and you haven't used it as an excuse to get out of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gurney not happy with something out in the crowd there. Just find a 140.
Sometimes they mean well, it's just at the wrong point they cheer it out and call out. Sometimes it really is in the best. They're trying to help the player, but
81.
If you're ever unsure, say nothing.
Game shot with Lewis Gurney.
Nicely done. Reset nicely there. Hasn't let it affect him. Perez, as he has done all week.
Game on.
Both over the ton average here. Gurney now running a 110.
60.
Perez on a 106. This is a proper dust up.
Yeah, it was Lewis Gurney who found the broker throw in 11 darts, but back comes Perez. Second maximum for him.
95.
That's what we like in it, proper tungsten tussle between the two.
This is fifth 180 of the night. 22nd of the week. And he hasn't played for 2 of the days.
Yeah, we sometimes question it, don't we, when people go through via Group A.
140.
Sometimes when they come back after a couple of days' rest, they're just not quite on it from the beginning. But Christian Perez, whatever he's done,
81.
that could be a secret worth keeping to yourself.
Well, there's no secret there. He was hoping for another treble there to go 180 and give himself a chance at the 9 darter and take some of the Jared Cole limelight away from this week.
81.
Yeah, still yet to see one on a finals night.
46. Christian Yakar, 100.
Yeah, body language there. Drop of the head from Lewis Gurney, understandably so, because he did the hard work. He found the 11 darts to break and level things back up again, but it's all way of Christian Perez at the moment. Looking for tops, but we'll just see it, tee it up here.
It was a half-hearted attempt at tops, and he didn't really have to go for it with Gurney back on 219. Where does he go here? Only one place to go. He slots his 180.
Game shown the
proven all academic in the end. It's Christian Perez now within one of the match. A match, as we said, Lewis Gurney wins, he goes through. If he doesn't, it's Jared Cole that will join Christian Perez in the semi-finals.
Yeah, well, surely Perez now should be thrown with a bit of freedom. He only needed a couple of legs to get himself through, so he would have known he was
100.
safe.
Although that reaction to me tells me he wants to lay down a real marker. Not happy with a ton.
125.
No, you do. I think that's totally understandable. You want to win your group with comfort and then sort of like have a little bit of a march on your opponent in the next one. You'd have the legs to start, so you know the darts to start. So you want to start those legs
58.
with some special stuff, but he's still got a bit of work to do here yet. Lewis is
57.
just got to get himself composed enough and throw with a bit of freedom and treat it as a practice throw. And try and hit a couple of trebles. He's probably got 6 darts to turn this leg round. But you feel he's going to have a couple of trebles in both visits with those 6 darts.
41.
Yeah, and a real opportunity presenting itself here for Gurney. Can he make the most of it? How much he'd love another one in there, and that's another 125 visit.
He's now forcing Perez to hit a treble to stay level with him. Goes across to the 18s because 2 trebles then. He should go back to the 20s.
92. $97.
So good turn a corner. Well, that's what I was looking for there was 3 treble 18s. When the second one didn't go, he had to come out. Probably safer in the situation. He didn't clatter flights and head off into a 1 or a 4. And the 25 was
50.
a good option.
Lewis Car 97.
Perez doing exactly the same to see himself 160. So 97 here, 78 now. Single 20.
77.
Or tops will
Lewis
leave him a
Car
double. He's now on
160.
double 10. So Perez now 160 for the match. And he's hit one already on Tuesday in Group A.
Yeah, not going to add that to tonight as well.
100.
Just a solid visit, but it's
Lewis Car
Gurney with another
20.
break chance to level it up at 3-all, and it is 3 apiece between the pair. We are going all the way.
7th final leg, Lewis to throw first. Game on.
Now I reckon Jared Cole's nervous in the back room.
He's as nervous as a long-tailed ginger cat in a room full of rocking chairs. That's how nervous Jared is, sat out the back.
So inviting, just goes low, but it's a good start for Perez because Gurney could only muster up 40 points.
100.
And with that one visit alone, Perez has turned the throw round. He will now be concentrating on trying to keep hold of it. And you have to say, his concentration levels are at the top of his level at this minute.
Yeah, 180 number 3 for Christian Perez.
57.
Yeah, 180, 140 in a leg to win the match.
$100.
Steady turn leaves him on 81 after 9, and Lewis Gurney way back on 304.
96.
He won't stop battling, Lewis.
81.
We go treble 15 he has.
$41.
41 scored, double top left after 12. And a deciding leg against the darts. You can't do a lot more than
56. Christian Car 40. Game,
And Christian
shot, and a
Perez
match. Christian
wins
Perez.
this encounter 4-3. But more importantly, that win for Perez put Jared Cole through to the semi-finals with that 4-3 win over Lewis Gurney. He's been unfortunate tonight. 2 4-3 losses. He's now on his way home. Perez thanks the crowd for their support. And here's the numbers. 102 for Perez. Super stuff in that last leg at 3-3. Lewis Gurney goes home, but his head held high with a 98 average. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have John Henderson taking on Chaz Barstow in the last match of the group stages.
Hello, welcome back to the Super Series. It's a very lively Saturday night, as you can see here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, Christian Perez, what he did Jared Cole a huge favour, didn't he? A 4-3 victory against Lewis Gurney has sent Christian and the King of the Castle into the semi-finals. We'll look ahead to our final game of the group between Chaz Barstow and John Henderson in just a second. The race for Champions League, well, that intensifies. But once Champions Week is over, we'll continue our Specials Week programme, and it will kick off with Women's Week 3. calling, looking at 130. Another. Double 5. Oh, that's magnificent.
Gemma Herter thinks different. What a finish. 1-1. Another one of those. And that eclipses the biggest finish of the week.
Box now for a 120 out and a 2-0 lead. And she takes it.
Brian O'Sullivan! Kirsty Vinakainen!
So this a first look at the lineup for Women's Week 3, which will get underway on Monday, the 28th of April. Kirsty Vinakainen is the defending champion of that particular tournament. Gemma Herter and Lisa Ashton will be amongst the favourites to go on and win that particular competition. Our very own Laura Turner as well, who lost out in the final last time, will be looking to go one better in Group B. Well, one of the players involved in Group A is Trina Gulliver. She was a part of our commentary team on Thursday and Friday, as she caught up with Chris Murphy earlier on this week to talk all about Women's Week 3.
Yeah, Trina Gulliver's alongside me, and she's in Group A for Women's Week 3. Some returning names, some names that have been ever present, including yourself, Trina, and some interesting ones as well. First of all, top of that Group A list, Kirsty Hutchinson. She is going to make her debut. What does she bring to the week?
Kirsty's a very, very good player. She can be quite fiery at times. You know, she expects a lot of herself. She can get quite angry with herself, but she's a great player, and she'll be hard to beat.
Yeah, Gemma Herter, she was very good in the last one. Started to tail off. She had a bit of an injury as the week went on, but she's played more women's series this year and says that seems to be behind her. She's going to be a contender, isn't she?
Absolutely, yes. You know, she did have, like you said, she did have that injury, and she's been having physiotherapy for it, so it seems to have sorted itself, touch wood for her. So she'll be a big contender for the week. She's playing well too.
And it's a kind of local event for her as well, so she really will want to get through to that Saturday.
Yeah, she will, you know, and she'll have the local support here if she does so.
Both both former champions, I should say, are going to be here. Kirsty Vinakainen in Group A, Brian O'Sullivan in Group B. That'd be something, wouldn't it, to be a multiple Women's Week winner? Yeah,
it would be great for them, wouldn't it? But, you know, there's a few in there that will be looking to take their first. And yeah, it's a great lineup there, you know, in all across the board. So, again, it could be anybody's that week.
It would be interesting to see who is favourite for it. Obviously, no Fallon Sherrick, no Bo Greaves. Lisa Ashton is in it. Now, I did mention in the first half of this conversation that she didn't make it through to Saturday, but there was a little bit of a subcontext to that she started to feel unwell as the week went on. So if we've got a fully fit, fully firing Lisa Ashton, surely she'll be there on Saturday this time.
Well, you would like to think so, wouldn't you? And but yeah, she wasn't at her best that week, and so hopefully she'll be well enough and fit enough to proceed better this time.
What kind of legacy does she have in the game, women's darts? Because often, like we talk about you a lot, Dita Hedman, we talk about the modern day Bo Greaves and Fallon Sherrick. Often Lisa gets missed, but she's a 4-time world champion.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, she is a 4 times world champion, and you know, she's got great stature in the world of ladies darts, and she does seem to get under the radar a little bit, and probably doesn't get the attention that she deserves. But yeah, 4 world championships. A record for England is great. You know, she's won many more titles. So yeah, she's a great player. Yeah,
and the only woman to have come through Q School and got a PDC Tour card that way as well.
Exactly that.
Robin Byrne, another really watchable player. She's fast throwing, isn't she? Just really exciting to watch. Has she got the talent to be getting her hands on a trophy a week like this?
Yeah, Robin's been around for a long time, and so she's only young herself. So, but yeah, she's got a great talent, and she's got every opportunity of taking some really good games and making a mark.
Yeah, how important is the sort of Super Series thing for the women here? Because the women's game is developing, and we're seeing, you know, the PDC coming to the fore and everything. Is it so important that this happens for the women?
Yeah, absolutely. From a very personal point of view, you know, and probably most of the women will say the same thing. Not only do you get the platform where you can, obviously, you know, the rest of the world can watch you play, but also it's the fact that you don't get many opportunities to play in these kind of scenarios or on the TV. You know, with the PDC, you've got the match play in those few spots at the Grand Slam and the World Championships, but they're quite few and far between. So to be able to have so many games on a stage in front of the cameras, you know, I think it's invaluable experience. We've mentioned it with youth and other players coming through, the experience they can gain here, but also for me, you know, that was one of the biggest takeaways that I've had from my couple of women's weeks, although I've just seen those groups and they're quite scary.
That's my next question. You just took the words right out of my mouth. Group B, you're in, and you've just seen you're in with Lorraine and Rianne. It's the first time you see it. What was your immediate reaction and thought?
Yeah, thanks guys is actually what I was thinking. But no, absolutely no. You've got to play the best. You know, if you're going to pick up those kind of trophies. I knew Lorraine was in. She's my campmate when we come to these kind of things. But yeah, obviously Rianne O'Sullivan, she knows how to do it here. She's already picked up a Women's Week title, so they're always going to be challenging. I think maybe going with the same attitude. All I hoped last time was to actually just pick up a win in the group stages because it was so tough, and managed to make it through to a final. So anything even similar, I'd be really pleased.
Well, we're wishing you all the best of luck. I'm sure you're going to have to hit the practice board beforehand. So
most definitely.
Talking of the board, let's head down to the stage and get on with our next game, which is match 6 between Chaz Barstow and John Henderson.
Yeah, and interestingly, these two that I feel now they can really play with like a bit more freedom because they both know they're through. Now what they're doing is they're jostling for position. Now I say a bit more freedom, however, we've just seen Christian Perez. He was averaging at one point over 112. He finished on 102 average at 4-3 victory. He was pushed all the way as well, so it wasn't like his first game. First game, 4-0, no problem whatsoever. He was pushed by Lewis Gurney. And as I say, had the 102 average. Whoever tops this group, be it Barstow or Hendo, they will avoid Christian Perez. I mean, they will run into Jared Cole, but however, Jared hasn't quite hit those high heights yet. Maybe there's a bit more weighted on this game than we realise.
Yeah, I can see completely where you're coming from, but for me, you want to go up there and win this game and go in with the momentum is what you want to do. And like you say, and the reward for winning the game is, again, you get the darts
100
in your semi-final.
Yeah, and another thing, isn't it? We quite often hear from players,
93.
especially at the beginning of the evening, if you are going to lift the trophy, you want to win all 4 of your games. You don't have to. There are people that have won weeks and they have ended up losing a match en route in the group stages.
42.
But you really want those kind of bragging rights to say, no, I was just 100% the best player throughout the whole evening.
Yeah, absolutely.
140.
Again, when we all look at numbers and stats, and Chaz Barstow in his group was averaging, he was doing 58.82% on his doubles. Special stuff, and
28.
That's big stats. That's what wins you games. Massive games.
Yeah, and in his opener against Rob Collins, he was 4 from 6, so very much keeping that kind of standard going.
93.
It was a bit tricky, I felt, at times for Henderson in his opening match against Rob Collins. He was 4 from 16 on the outer ring. We did see the 120 check out, and there were patches where everything was coming
60.
together.
But
there were also times where it wasn't as consistent as what we'd expect from Hendo.
No, and he's batting in the crowd a wee bit as well. Rob Collins had a few in.
127.
Great attempt. Chaz back on 180, chasing 140 here to try and leave himself something handy. Needs a treble.
60. John
Hasn't
43.
achieved it, so it's Henderson now going for 43. Generally goes 3 for double top.
Game shown the
Looks a different Hendo this game, doesn't he?
You can, like we said, you know you're through. That is the main job. That's what you're here to do. And sometimes when you're in that position, you can just relax and allow your darts that bit more freedom. You don't get the tension so much in the arm.
121.
No, you don't. No, you don't indeed. It's a lovely position to be in, sort of playing for position.
140.
Chaz looks settled in now as well.
$81.
Yeah, and it's what you've come to expect from these two up on the stage. They're both very experienced here at the Super Series, and the pair going toe for toe.
And here come the crowd. I enjoyed that 180 from Barstow.
100. Chazuka 60.
Chasing around, double 10 required, and goes inside, so knows he'll be back. But that's one of those darts that if you are going to miss double 10 and you know you're coming back, you want it on the outside, not chasing it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of board management. It's a little bit of clever play, isn't it? You don't. It's not that you're not going for it, but you want to make sure that if you miss, you miss on the outside of the double 10.
On the second leg.
We've spoken about Chaz being a very, what I call, uncomplicated dart player.
Game on.
He's one of those that keeps things very simple, from the setup of his darts and to the way that he plays, the way that he travels.
60.
There's nothing that seems to get him. He's quite a laid-back character, and that sees him in good stead in many situations. He doesn't allow himself to get upset. He just looks at that double 5 as the same as it is a double 10 or a double top, and popped up there and got it.
Yeah, and it's the right
100.
attitude to have. Like you say, we've both played obviously alongside Chaz for England, but Chaz also plays in the same county as myself in Hampshire, and he's the same wherever we see him to play.
100.
We were actually at the UK Open once together, and I think the card machine went down at the bar. And they were only able to take cash for a few hours, and Chaz didn't have any on him, so he ended up borrowing money off me to go and do it. And he gave it to me straight back next morning. He's a top lad, honestly, really is.
61.
Another solid leg from both, down to a finish after 9. Hendo just checking over. Yep, Chaz is on a finish. You should go for it, John. Not far off for treble 19.
137.
Great last start.
164.
Yeah, this is good from Hendo. You feel it's one of those matches he knows what he's got coming in the form of Barstow.
84. Jonica 24.
Should be a good marker. Just goes the other side. So a great opportunity here for Chaz.
Crowd a little lively before Chaz came in there. Round the side now.
Game shot the third.
A good breaker throw from Chaz Barstow.
Fourth leg chance.
His England shirt with Barstow on it.
Yeah, a slight typo wasn't there on his attire.
100.
Nobody mentioned it at all England weekend, did they?
I don't think he was referred to by his proper name once.
No, we even stopped calling him Chaz,
140.
calling him Charles and all sorts. Yeah, it was a good weekend, wasn't it? Good weekend.
Yeah, very good indeed.
99.
Chaz here keeping up. Just that accuracy on the outer ring, 2 from 5, including that 80 checkout. But there's another maximum from John Henderson. 2 so far in the match.
92.
Yeah, good ball management there by Chaz. Treble 20 would have left him on the big fish.
60.
It wasn't your 30th birthday, mate. You don't look a day under 40.
60. Jonica 121.
Hendo took out a 120 in his opening match. He's not going to add the 1-2-1 here.
81. Charge your car 150.
So you're looking like this has got to go if Chaz doesn't want to be broken back, and it's not going to go now.
96. John your car 40. Game show on the fourth
This
leg.
time manages
John
to use
Henderson.
that really good marker. Levels it up at 2 apiece. There's a break straight back for
Fifth
the
leg, John
Highlander.
first. Game on.
Have we got a case here where John's first game was just a case of doing what he needed to do to get himself to where he felt like he was in the tournament? You don't feel like you're in the tournament till you make the semis, do you, here on a Saturday night? And I think with the way
21.
that the first games went, he just knew that he had to win his. And then that meant he was in the tournament. He can throw with a bit of freedom. I don't think he's one that worries whether he plays which semi-final or not. He will always back himself with his talent and his ability.
121.
And I think that's why we're seeing him play a little bit better here.
Oh, absolutely. It's a marked improvement from the opening match. But you do have to kind of give some credit as well to Rob Collins in that last match, that
100.
opening match, because Rob Collins, John Henderson probably would have seen Rob Collins, who was averaging around ended up averaging around the 80 mark by the end of it, and kind of thought, right, John,
80.
if you want to get through, just play like you've been playing, do what you've been doing. But it was Collins that kind of upped those levels for the majority of the match, really just dropped off in the last leg.
Yeah, I mean, how many
100.
times have we been here and anywhere else and we've seen a really sort of scratchy old game to go down to the last leg, and then the one that's not been playing well just pop up with a 14 darter
97.
or a 12 darter against the darts. And you know, once you're still in that game at 3-3, you've only got to be one dart better in any point in any game with anybody, and you just got to
134.
keep thinking that all the time. When you're at your best, you think that I've just got to be one dart better. Stay with them, and
49. John your car
both
146.
players are doing their best to do that to each other here.
I decided to stay. There was an option to switch over to treble 18, which would have left double 16 and
86.
an outside
Chaz
chance here for
Ricardo,
Chaz to
154.
find another break.
Yeah, I understand that decision from Hendo. He does like that side of the board, 18s and 4s, so 13.
59.
Double
John
13 is
your car
just below
60.
those, and if you're only going to get one dart out, I believe you just as well have one dart at anything. It's better to have a dart at a double than it is the bullseye, I believe.
$20. Charge your car 95.
Yeah, disappointment for John Henderson, and Chaz Barstow, by way of only finding 59 points before, still finds himself slightly behind here. He's gone the double-double route, and it's not gone well.
34.
Yeah,
John
I think
Ricardo,
that's one of the
40.
times where you have to go the bullseye first dart, isn't it? With your opponent on a double, you've got to get a dart or something.
Game show on the fifth leg. John Henderson.
And you have to use the more probable way.
6 leg chance to throw
And
first.
that was
Game
kind
on.
of, yeah, it was a ballsy move, but I suppose if you hit one double 19, you can hit another, and that seems to be
60.
the way that the world and their dog is going for these sorts of shots these days. We're seeing more double doubles ever in the history of the game at this particular moment in time.
60.
Purposeful double doubles. I don't mean just by a bit of luck. I mean, with, you know, guys going for it, whereas 20, 30 years ago, when I was a kid, if I started doing that as a kid in my local pub, I'd have had a thick ear. And there we go, 250 180s for the week. That's been how good this week has been.
140.
Yeah, I get the feeling that tally is only going to rise as this evening's proceedings go on.
140.
Again, it's just a really solid response after from Chaz Barstow. Back comes Hendo.
121.
Oh, and that's a bad deflection as well. Basically gives Chaz 6 from here on the 1-2-1.
57.
See, on that last dart, I like a bullseye last dart and try and hit a 25 to leave 59, so you guarantee yourself 2 at it. By now leaving only 64.
Chazuka 64.
He gives an option, but he doesn't guarantee himself 2 at it. Now gets the 1. He's chosen tops as the route,
Game shown the
and that's particularly why.
Barstow.
So, what am I talking about? He only wants one out of it anyway. He only needs one. Scott, shush, go back to the farm.
Game on.
You just know as soon as you start talking about it, because I agree 100%. You know, it's about leaving the best possible option, but as soon as you start trying to say something, these players, they always go and do exactly the opposite of what you're trying to explain.
Yeah, absolutely. But even if you hit the ball, it gives you the option of one dart or something else and still get 2 darts at it. Whereas by leaving 64, you only get 1. It's something I believe you're going to see more of in the game as people catch on with
137.
it.
Well, a perfect start in this deciding leg from John Henderson. And another perfect 3. John Henderson down to 141 after just 6 darts.
Highlander on the 9.
140.
We haven't had one on a Saturday night before. I'm saying nothing. I'm just going to watch.
Thank you.
That's a little unfortunate. And it did ruin the moment, unfortunately.
101.
A great setup play, though, still from John Henderson. And a word on Chaz. Chaz has kicked off 137, 140. Hasn't done a great deal wrong, but this is Henderson's to lose from this point.
He's left 84 after 9. And against the darts, you have to tip your hat and say, not a lot more you could have done, Chaz Barstow. Hendo, an amazing 10-darter to finish that game. Super stuff from him. A chink of the glasses, it's only water. But that's the respect these guys have for one another. So, it's Hendo that goes through. Top of the group. There's the averages. 97 for Hendo, 94 for Chaz Barstow. We're going to take a short break and then we'll be summarising all that we've seen so far this evening.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the group stage worth of action has been completed. And as you can see, a compare and contrast in terms of the results tonight. The first two games went 4-0 in the direction of Christian Perez and Chaz Barstow, but then 4-3s the rest of the way through. Jared Cole just about getting himself through. He's going to take on John Henderson, the second semi-final. These two do have history here. Christian Perez will take on Chaz Barstow in a few moments' time. It's been quite the evening's worth of darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we've been enjoying it all in the company of Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner. The pair join me here on stage now to analyse what we have seen so far this evening, and it has been a night which has been lit with drama, which maybe after the first couple of games we maybe didn't expect.
No, absolutely, yeah. 4-0. We thought, oh, this is going to be a really quick night. We're going to rush through this, but yeah, every other one's gone right down to the wire, and it's kind of teed everything up really nicely now going into the semi-finals, because it's tight. The players are playing really, really well, and they've had to get through.
After game two, I thought we were going to be home in time for match of the day tonight, but Christian Perez came out the traps absolutely flying. 4-0 victory against Jared Cole. Set his stall out right from the get-go, didn't he?
It allowed him to relax in his second game. He only needed a couple of legs to qualify and get through as top. You want to go through as top because then you get to the semi-finals and you hold the darts and you have the throw. So there's an advantage in that anyway. But yeah, he did all the hard work in the first one and allowed himself to relax in the second one. And he was pretty dominant in the group and made it look fairly easy come the end.
So Christian Perez went through. Jared Cole went through with him, courtesy of Christian Perez getting the better of Lewis Gurney. Now, in that game between Jared and Lewis, the last leg was very, very nervy. But I tell you what, he held it together there with the 120, didn't he?
Yeah, and he really had to. It was real pressure moments, and we have seen signs of it from Jared. Just hasn't found the consistency, but really did rally. Had to win in order to continue the campaign. Managed to find it, as you say, that 120. We say about timing all the time, don't we? And there was none more perfectly timed 120 finish than that for Jared.
How would he be feeling going into this? Would he feel as if maybe he could have perhaps should have gone out and maybe he's got a little bit of a free life?
No, I think he didn't play as well as he could in the opener. He's obviously done more than he's done what he needed to do in the second match. I think for me, Jared will probably be thinking, right now, let's just get it all together, because we've seen the 9 dart from him. We've seen big finishes from him on this stage. He'll just want everything to come together all at the right time. He's still in it. That is the main thing.
I've just had a little chat with Lewis Gurney. He's really disappointed, as he would be in this scenario, but he can leave here with his head held high, can't he?
Oh, most definitely. He was to lose 2 games 4-3, one with the darts, one without the darts. You've not given it up, have you? You haven't given it away. That you've made the guys work to go and win it. We've played with England. He's a very determined young man, and he's on the start of his career. This is nowhere near the end. He's learning from all these experiences, and you wait over the next few seasons, we're going to see some people get punished for the stuff that he's learning now.
Well, that was the story of Group 1. Group 2 was rather academic, if the truth be told. Chaz Barstow and John Henderson both beating Rob Collins in their opening matches to progress through. In the case of Chaz Barstow, he's playing at this incredibly high level. It just feels like he's playing at this base, which is very, very attainable.
Yeah, and what an entertaining last match between him and John Henderson. Obviously, at that point, they both knew they were through, and it kind of went with advantage of throw. But I will say, yeah, that last leg, I thought that was going to be our first 9 on a Saturday night. Not quite. But, yeah, with regards to Chaz, opening match 4-0, no drama whatsoever. And, yeah, he's just playing really, really well.
I came onto stage as the players came off stage, and Chaz was saying, well, that was all right, Hendo. Talking about that final leg.
Yeah, it was a 10-dart final leg. It was pretty superb, and the best thing was that Chaz was there on 8,400 a ton waiting to go as well after just the 9 darts. So he knows he's in pretty tidy nick now. I think that, both of those 2 players have a good chance of making the final. Perez hasn't really been pushed yet. I think he's going to get pushed in his next game.
In terms of John Henderson, as you mentioned, 4-3 victories for him. He's battle-hardened, battle-scarred. Is that a good thing for him going into the semi-finals, perhaps?
Yeah, very much so, because I think your game is on it now. You know what to expect. Not that he doesn't anyway. He's been here 8 times. He's been up here on a Saturday 7 times. He knows how it is, but he'll be feeling more comfortable going in. The guys now know that, 1 or 2 bad visits in this next game, they're going home anyway. So you can't leave anything out there in the practice room. It's got to all come out here and come out on the stage.
just a word on Rob Collins, the player that was eliminated from that group, put up a really good fight against John Henderson in his second game. I think he'll walk away with this week with a smile on his face, particularly the way he got through yesterday.
Yeah, it's just been obviously just a little bit of a struggle for Rob Collins here this week. As you say, he picked up a couple of wins in the group stages. It was enough to get him through. But like you say, the last leg, and quite often for players, it's the last thing you do at a venue is what you remember. And he really did push all the way. John Henderson, 4-3. And again, just had a magical last leg to see him across the line. But yeah, I think there's a lot for Rob Collins to take away from this, and look forward to seeing him back here in the future.
Sure, we're going to see him in Series 11, but Series 10 is about to come to a close. Champions Week is going to get underway on Monday morning from 9:30. Now, this is how the provisional field looks. Now, the players in white, they're confirmed in the groups that they're in. Now, Jensen Walker could be pushed out depending on who wins tonight. Now, if Chaz Barstow wins, there's a high likely chance that Walker will drop into Group B. That would subsequently mean that David Davis would drop into Group C. The other three players, it's dependent on who wins and how they get on in their final matches. But you have a look at that line, and you look at Group A, for example. There are players at this present moment in time not just doing well here, but in the case of Derek Coulson, Shane McGurk, Mervyn King, Scott Campbell, they've done it on the Challenge, they've done it on the Seniors Tour, Shane's on the WDF World Championship. So not just they playing well here, they're playing well in other venues too.
I mean, that is some lineup, isn't it? Obviously, yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, we saw Scott Campbell, he's a Scottish captain. He's just absolutely, he's another player that he's one to watch, and I think he's one that perhaps not many people know. But then you've got Mervyn King in there, you've got Shane McGurk. Yeah, like you say, it's an abundance of talent that we've got, not just in Group A either, in absolutely every group.
And there's an opportunity for somebody maybe to have the biggest week of their life. Gets underway Monday morning from 9:30 here on Pluto TV. Right, the semi-finals are about to get started, but before we do that, just another reminder of what we have seen this evening. The two semi-finals sees Christian Perez take on Chaz Barstow, John Henderson take on Jared Cole. Now, interestingly, Scott, when you look at the semi-finals, Christian and Chaz have not played each other all week long. How interesting a dynamic could that be going into this semi-final matchup?
I think it's a very interesting dynamic. I think it changes the whole game. We could see a little bit of nervy stuff at the start of the game. If it goes that way, I feel Chaz will be the favourite. Christian has got this pace that he's been playing all week. He's comfortable at that pace. It's not always so easy to play against if you're an opposing player. So we'll just see how that pace goes in those first few throws.
In terms of the second semi-final between John Henderson and Jared Cole, is there a feeling that results depend on which version of each player turns up, perhaps?
Yeah, because I think John Henderson, in that first match, he was quite slow to get going. Obviously, in the second, playing with a lot more freedom, knowing that he'd already got through to the semi-final. And then we saw that blistering 10 darter in the last leg. And absolutely the same with Jared. I think Jared's just going to want to come out here and kind of find those best darts, find that, the darts that got in the 9 darter. I mean, we've seen things like, 160 on the ball from him before, the treble 20 ball finish. We know what he can do, just hoping for him it all comes together.
As you can probably hear, Christian Perez is on the walkway, so we better shut up and let the darts do the talking. Laura, Scott, thank you very much as ever. It's time for the semi-finals, and we kick off with a meeting between Christian Perez and Chaz Barstow.
Christian Perez wins this encounter 4-3.
Moves across the hockey and finds the target, and that is a 4-0 victory for Chaz Barstow.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 10, Week 12. Semi-finals. First of all, please put your hands together and welcome to the stage from the Philippines. It's the Titan, Christian Perez.
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm a fan. 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Timothy. I got the recipe, I got the flow, I got the remedy. I know they do, I know they envy me. Feet on the floor, when they gonna say that?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Christian's partner to the stage. Please put your hands together. It's Charles Barstow!
It is electric inside here this evening. And for Chaz Barstow, in front of what is pretty much a home crowd not too far from here in Winchester, he is hoping to make it through to another final and looking for a third Champions League appearance. He takes on Christian Perez in the first semi-final of the night, and it's all being watched in the company of Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, looking forward to this, our first semi-final, and arguably between the two players that have posted some of the highest averages that we've seen so far this evening. Christian Perez, 43-year-old from the Philippines, here on debut, the Titan. First player from the Philippines to actually come here to the Modus Super Series. He'll be hoping to add the title, but Chaz Barstow is the man standing in his way in the semi-finals, 46 from Winchester. It's an interesting one for me because the route here, Christian Perez flew aside Jared Cole in the opening 4-0, and Chaz Barstow also had the same result. Perez then beat Gurney 4-3, and Barstow just came unstuck slightly against John Henderson, but you can't really argue about that last leg from Hendo. 10 darts, was threatening a 9, and Chaz was sat in the wings waiting on 84.
Yeah, I tend to feel that I don't think he came unstuck. I think it was just the way that the game evolved, and Hendo has just been around for so many years. He knows what he needs in those last legs, and he's probably been on the wrong end of those last legs more time than he's been on the right end of them.
58.
But, you know, they don't come bigger than a 10-darter with the throw. I mean, Chaz has got to get out in 9, and, well, he was sat there on 84 waiting to go for 11. It was a crazy game. The one thing Chaz has, I think, here in this room is to his advantage is he is from 20 minutes up the road, and they all want to see a local boy do well down here in Portsmouth. This is the way it goes. He may not live in Portsmouth, but he still lives in Hampshire, and so that's where they're going now. They're cheering for the Hampshiremen.
Yeah, and also because he plays for the county as well. You know, the county's reach is far stretching, so as you say, lots of support here for the local man.
140.
And you have to say that Chaz has carried on from where he left off in his semi-final number 2.
Well, actually, does this go back to something you mentioned earlier, that from your point of view, you'd rather keep that momentum, even though Chaz did lose, he was still playing
60.
splendidly. And you'd rather keep that momentum instead of having the break in between, but go straight back on the stage and keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, it doesn't give you enough time to think. I think you just
123.
nip back, have a few darts in the back room, make sure that you're feeling all right. It's just a small break, but you've still got the adrenaline and the momentum and everything of what you've just done. Even though he lost that last leg,
100.
he knows there's nothing else he could have done about it but hit a 9-darter. So to chastise yourself over that would be very stupid.
Yeah, and that wasn't a great move. Double 11 required, goes inside, so
50.
Yeah, I mean, 8 is not the worst double to be left on. However, there was an option there on 58. You could have bust with Perez back on 183. Obviously just spurned that 1 dart at 18 for tops because we know how much Chaz likes tops.
Yeah, indeed, and it's if you're going to do it, it's the right time to do it when your opponent's on 183.
No score.
And it's made him think a little bit. That mistake has just knocked him out of his rhythm a little bit, hasn't it? And you do see that. I think Perez tries to leave the ball here. I think he goes 25 first dart.
No, I would have agreed with you. And it would
53.
have made it more likely that he would have had a shot, even if it was at the ball for the leg. As it goes, it's more chances here for Chaz Barstow. This time there is no mistake.
And more importantly, it's a break of throw. Perez
Second leg
holds the
chance to
fist
through
out
first.
for a fist
Game
pump,
on.
and Chaz went to the water table and didn't see it.
There are sometimes some awkward moments, but for Chaz, he won't know that that's happened. Not until after and everyone tells him.
So Perez is now thinking he's just ignored my fist pump, now go on 180. If he didn't know he was in a battle, he does now.
$60.
You do find that there are players that, you know, when you feel that your opponent's had a good leg, they do offer the handout, but it's
95.
not something that's probably done on a regular basis in the UK with a lot of UK players.
When we go and play pairs abroad and everywhere else, they do it every throw.
Yes, they do.
Oh,
yeah.
he's just gone up and hit 28, and he goes, oh, big fist pump to his fist pump. I'd want to whack him one upside the head, hitting 28. We tend to ignore one another over here when we play pairs. We may see a bit of it, you know, when we have our international pairs week. We may see some of these
96
foreign pairs bringing their fist pumping and hand slapping and high fives and all the business. That'd be an interesting week to watch that for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, looking forward to it. But I will say the brilliance that we saw from Christian Perez to top the group and beat Lewis Gurney hasn't really been able to replicate it here so far, and Barstow taking
90.
full advantage. There's an absolute gulf between the averages. Chaz Barstow averaging just over 103. Christian Perez around the 75 mark, which is way off what we've seen from him so far.
Well, he won't want to bookend his week like that. I think he started with a 73 first thing Monday morning and then raised into some 90 averages and ended up winning 4 out of 5 on day one here on Monday.
Game shown the second leg. Chaz
Barstow
Barstow
holds his throw, and that makes the break important.
Third leg Christian to throw first.
We
Game
did
on.
actually fist pump then, I believe. I think we just caught it on camera. So Chaz wasn't ignoring him first time round. He was just in his own little world and off to the table and didn't leave him hanging. He just didn't see his hand there.
Yeah, of all the people that probably would never do that to someone, it would be Chaz, to be fair. We have seen it from players where they don't like doing that. They want to stay focused. They don't want to be fist pumping or shaking hands. Doesn't really bother me.
I remember Mr. Bristow,
59.
the dear Eric Bristow, the legend, on Sky one time saying, I don't want to see players cuddling after. I want to see a bit of needle. I want to see a bit of rough handshaking. I want to see a bit of pushing and shoving, bit of shouldering. That bit of needle in the game, that's what it needs. And I think that showed exactly how Eric liked playing.
60.
Yeah, absolutely.
If there was no needle in the game, he could create it. There was no two ways about that.
84.
Yeah, a little frustrated cry there from Chaz Barstow. Last one going awry, finding the 7.
$40.
For me, Christian Perez, what he did so well in his group stage matches was that first start. He was finding the target on the first start, and once he does that, he tends to be able to follow it up really well. It's not going that way for him.
Well, he's been under massive pressure all the time up to now. Both players seem to have fallen off the early pace here. Barstow has only hit one treble, and Christian hit an opening treble, and this is key moments in this match, I feel.
Yeah, it's one of those legs, isn't it? That just a couple of big treble visits and you could really take
45.
a hold of the leg.
Yeah, both are overthinking, aren't they? I think at times Christian is quite happy to compromise himself a little on his scoring, but as long as what he's doing and his pace is compromising his opponent, it kind of, he's happy with that.
Yeah, the reaction from me is kind of, he's almost left him scratching his head. He's not quite sure where it's all gone slightly wrong. Yeah, and Chaz has to stay there, trying to
60.
search out a treble 20.
There was nothing he could do. He needed that treble to leave a 117. It didn't happen. Perez have had
100.
plenty of opportunity here to get back in this leg and this game through this leg.
134.
Yeah, you could see another one of those was coming from the way the first one sat. So you feel that Perez now, this is make or break moment. Another one of those.
Yeah, not going to go.
96.
Two treble visit there by Chaz Barstow for the 134. It leaves him on 76 for a 3-0 lead. May just be the one at tops. Tops has been his friend tonight. 76 checkout. May not be the biggest he's hit, but you feel like that was one of the most important. It's now a double break for Chaz Barstow.
Yeah, I see Sean Holly in the crowd there. Another one of Chaz's England teammates.
125.
Just a
60.
slight loss of form there from Christian Perez in the release. It kind of looked like his arm snatched at the end. And yeah, visibly not happy in the background as Chaz threatens a third maximum.
He has a healthy lead now.
$84.
Yeah, and I think it's now a case for Perez that the further this is getting away from him, the harder he's trying, and you can see a lot of
92.
shoulder action coming into the throw as well, and just over forcing things.
Yeah, we've both been there, and it's only natural to do it that way. It's frustrating, particularly then when it starts to go right, because you think, where has it been in the last couple of legs? This will be some finish.
120.
Threatened a showstopper for the end, and you can see Chaz, he felt that was good. Thought that was in, and he knows he'll be back.
99. Chaz 24.
So 24 for Barstow across to double. You don't want to be messing around down there.
18.
And as he let Perez back in, we know his finishing ability, Perez. He takes his time and has a look. So at 24 himself. Oh, that one's way, way inside. And that one's not there, and you could just hear the screams on the microphones.
Yeah, in an unusual situation, both players now find themselves on double 3. Now it's 1 for double 1 for a place in the final for Chaz Barstow. And if he's going to make it, he's going to have to wait.
Yeah, just stumbles a little, doesn't he? Perez does what Perez does. Takes opportunities. Maybe an opportunity that he shouldn't have, but it's a break of throw, and now
game on.
Perez will be settled. He's got a leg on the board, and how many times do we see this happen? Is he going to go off with a big one? Yes, he is. He's straight in the treble 20. Oh, how often have we seen this?
140.
Yeah, Chaz was fully in control of that last leg. Missed the 141.
59.
And then again, it shows the importance that what we've picked up a few times of board management. You know, if you're going to miss on the other side, you know, ended up chasing it round, and now has that
100.
just given Perez that opportunity just to settle into this semi-final?
You can't not say it's not a momentum change.
134.
That will settle him down again. Another double treble visit. That will settle him down again. Arch yourself there in the front row. The WDF Youth World Champion.
Because
He didn't start on the 18s. He had to hit a 180 to leave something.
98.
That's what he's done.
81.
We went for treble 10, which would have left double 18.
65.
He's been very good on the 16s and 8 side of the board this week. Chas just having
42.
What's basically
Christian
a practice
O'Connor,
throw. You'd
16.
like to have hit a little bit more than that, and he moved and left himself 168. So Perez has got all of today to get this, but he won't take that. Takes it out in one dart, and the whole game has changed now for Barstow. He's going to have to find some character here. And what he needs to find is a couple of trebles on his first visit. And that's exactly what he's done. That's a good opener.
Yeah, this is the leg for Chas. Obviously, when you're that player and you've had the 3-0 lead and then you see someone start clawing it back, yeah, it can put a different kind of tilt on the game. And now this is going to be the last leg that Chas has got the opportunity to throw first in. And he will want to make the most of it.
It depends where your head's at, doesn't it?
45.
Chas came rushing in there a little bit, and Perez was still coming back past him when he threw the first dart. Perez doesn't do that. He lets the player clear the board and then starts his routine to coming in.
58.
But we did say, didn't we, when it comes to the pace, you do have to adjust when you do play someone who is more methodical than perhaps some of the other players you've played.
And what tends to happen when you play a player with a slower pace, you tend to throw a little split second slower, and then you're not actually throwing quite as hard. So you're not using the power. You've got to continue to keep your arm speed up. And that's very difficult to do when a player is a little bit slower than you and you're not trying to overrush yourself.
Interesting. Chas just took a little bit more time on the approach there. It's almost like a real sense of urgency, and you do have to just, you be true to your throw, but just wait that split second, and it's a better visit for Barstow.
Yeah, better visit because he hit a treble, and now he's forcing Perez into the situation where if he wants to stay with him, he's got to hit 2 trebles. And if he doesn't, just opens a window of opportunity. One is there. Oh, that's great stuff from Perez. He's on 198. Keeps the pressure on. Chas drops a dart on the way from the board.
Chas would be now thinking the same. 2 treble visit. Now just hoping for at least one, and that's a great last dart. Leaves him on a potential 2-dart checkout. And there's nothing at this stage that Perez can do but try and pile on some pressure.
$83.
To be fair, he's recovered here. That's a little bit unlucky. You saw the scream. He's trying not to get in the way. Tops is in, and Chas Barstow, he makes it to the final here on Saturday finals night at the Super Series. It's a 4-2 win, and he had an unassailable lead there at 3-0. Perez tried to come back, reeling 2 off for himself, but Chas just kept himself in front in that one. As you can see, he's more than happy to get through to the final. And here are the averages. Nothing like what the two of them have been doing all evening. It's an 84 for Chas Barstow, 81 for Perez. It's all by the by. Chas Barstow goes to the final. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with the second semi-final, and it'll be John Henderson taking on Jared Cole.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Gurney
Couldn't get the job
gets
done.
got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Chaz Barstow booked his place into yet another final here at the Super Series. He got the better of Christian Perez by 4 legs to. So he's in the final. He'll take on either John Henderson or Jared Cole. They're going to go head-to-head in a couple of moments' time. These two, well, they're renewing rivalries for a 6th time this week at the Super Series. But who's going to make it through to the final? Let's find out.
Tip your hat and say, not a lot more you could have done, Chaz Barstow.
For a 4-3 victory. Touches pinned, and there's another ton plus check out for Jared Cole.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Series 10, Week 12, second semi-final, live on Pluto TV. Please put your hands together and welcome to this stage our first semi-finalist in this second semi-final. From Scotland, it's the Highlander, John Henderson! Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John's opponent to the stage for this second semi-final. It's the King of the Castle from England, Jared Cole!
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 globe. What they gonna say now?
Well, these are very much two people that are winning when it comes to life. But who's going to win this second semi-final? Let's find out. Jared Cole against John Henderson to face Chaz Barstow in the final. First things first. Who's Water? No, we're not having another Watergate, are we? Something's going on that table. First things first. Jared, you might need some darts. I know, you fancy your darts, you're playing well, but beating anyone with 2 darts, that might be a bit of a hard task, particularly against the Highlander. Anyway, everything's all well. Let's hand over to Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell for commentary of this second semi-final.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emery. Interesting one there, Scott. Yeah, trying to do maybe a Callan Rids and have a go at the Highlander this time with 2 darts. But yeah, did find it with all unlikely places in his dart case.
Yeah, where else would you look? I think that's one of Henry's best ever links to the stage. Yeah, no, Jared, looking at the rest of the room, where's his other dart? And it was in his case. Like that a lot. So, 24 years old and from Chandler's Ford. King of the Castle, Jared Cole, is taking on the man from Huntley. 20 minutes outside of Aberdeen to sort of like the northwest, if you don't know where it is. A lot of travelling. There's the case that gobbled up the spare dart. Well, it wasn't spare, it was one of the actual ones. Jared has actually sort of been playing with 2 sets of darts this week. He's prototyping his new one that's coming out, which he received not long before he arrived here. So he'd had a little practice with those and liked them and tried them at the start of the week. And then swapped them
45
on the Wednesday to going back to his old faithfuls. The slightly different grip. And here he is. He finds himself in
85.
The semi-final on Saturday night, finals night. So must have done the right thing by swapping.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? When you do have new equipment and you're trying to kind of find the right opportunity to test them out and see how they go for you. When you've got your old faithfuls with you, it's always niggling in the back of your mind. Sometimes I feel it's got to be that clean break.
Yeah, and it's not easy to do. People think, oh, yeah, he's got sponsored and they make his darts and he has them so they fit in his hands exactly how they want. It's not always that straightforward. And, for players, it can be
83.
The back of the dart can be drilled out an extra millimetre different to your originals, and that makes them stand up a little bit more or fly slightly different or whatever. There are certain things that can be done
51
that change it, but you need to know what you can do. And if you're not careful, the next thing you know, you're Raymond van Barneveld and having every little tweak under the sun, and then you get confused.
58.
You're talking to a person that for 15 years threw 2 darts the same and 1 odd because I could not bring myself to change whatsoever.
I know. I think you beat me at an exhibition with them. If I remember rightly, when I was the world champ.
That's true enough. I probably could have beat you with those ones that you get from Argos, to be fair, that day, Scott.
Yeah, I did play your first game on as well, and you've been playing all day and I've been farming all day. So I just kind of arrived, and 10 minutes later I was playing you. So, yeah.
True enough.
No excuses. No excuses. You beat me fair and square.
I'll take my 100% record and never play you again. But back to the darts, and this is a superb start for Jared Cole. 3 darts in hand to break the Henderson throw early doors. And does pin it, and just hear that support that he's got in the crowd behind him.
Second leg Jared to throw first.
He is indeed. It's a good opener, and remember in one of his games earlier this evening, he had those 3 darts in his hand at a double and missed them. And it came back to bite him on the backside, and the whole
55.
game swung on that. But he's opened up nicely here.
Yeah, but now this is it's almost, I wouldn't say murky, but it's just as important now for Jared to remain focused, because
16.
You find the break, and how often do you find that your opponent breaks you straight back?
Yeah, a break is only as good as a hold a throw for me, and until you make that 2-0.
99.
It it does change things a little, but for Hendo, his last throws up here were a 10-dart leg. And so you then think best case scenario every time you go to the board, don't you? So you've got to be careful. Jarrett's pace of throw is a little quicker here, and that means that his arm speed is a little quicker, and he's flowing at a flatter trajectory. It's easy for you to say.
81.
A flatter trajectory. So he's finding more success with this more direct throw.
40.
Yeah, not a complete disaster there. Obviously would have been looking to score a lot more, but does leave him on a 3-dart checkout. And depending on this last dart,
137.
well, it's one if he gets the opportunity now, Jared Cole will like to take.
$131. John McCall, 142.
Yeah, and he's got the confidence that goes with that now, that first leg that he had. Asking the question of Hendo on the 142. It doesn't go. 81, should be treble 19.
John McCall, 36.
But a chance to double the lead with Jared Cole. Oh, and that bent the wire. Can he use it as a marker? Needs to go the other side.
No score. John McCall, 62.
Again, it's been a bit of the tale of the evening for Jared Cole when it comes to trying to finish with 3 darts in hand.
$22. John McCall, 36.
Just a fraction of a wire away from levelling up John Henderson.
Getting shown the second leg, Jared Cole.
Yeah, and this time, no mistake by Jared Cole.
John
2-0.
first. Game on, thank you.
I have a question here. Did anybody give Jared a hope, really, in this game before we started? Well, you know, Hendo would have been an absolute odds-on favourite for this. Has that made the game easier for Jared to be able to play it?
Sometimes when there is that... It's a combination, isn't it? There's perhaps less pressure on your shoulders because the expectations of everyone else are slightly lower, but also you've just seen what he's done in his last game and you know the levels that you're going to have to find, so it's a bit of a kind of, I don't know, double-edged sword?
Yeah, it makes you concentrate a little bit more, doesn't it, and think about the right things and not the wrong things. You know, you don't think about other darts in your hand, you're thinking about get it in that treble 20 as quickly as possible, and the more simple you keep it, 93. The easier it is to achieve.
But Henderson now seems to be finding that scoring power that we've seen earlier on this evening. Down to 84 after just 9. Which, ironically, 84 was the score that he left Chance Barstow on after going 6 deep into the 9.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, difference here. Hendo does get a shot at it. And
44.
although he's shaking his head there, he'll be back for tops.
$140, John McCall, 40.
Just waits for the crowd. Settles himself down.
Slight scratch of the head.
A few oohs and ahs in the crowd there, and I think John appreciated that. He's going to just give himself a little bit of time to compose himself.
$30.
Just couldn't settle, could he? Couldn't settle on the hockey, find that right position.
No, he couldn't settle indeed. Whether it's disappointment of the first start.
84. John McCall, 10.
Well, the double 5 that Jared has just missed. Hendo is going at. Tough one to have to hit to get your first leg. Imposes himself again.
No score. Ladies and gentlemen, with respect to both players, can you not call out while they're actually throwing darts on the hockey, please? Be most appreciated by both players. Thank you.
Yeah, referee Paul Hinks
Gotta
just
give it a count,
reminding
5.
everyone, a thumbs up there by John Henderson. When it is a kind of intimate venue like this, you can hear every little voice.
Getting shown the
He's
forward.
afforded an extra chance to Jared Cole, and he now goes within one and off the final.
Fourth leg Jared to throw first.
And it just throws your mindset as well. It's
Game
a
on.
horrible, horrible thing. You put all the hours of practicing away from here, and you do everything you need to do, and then you come and to have somebody steal the moment from you.
45.
To either be in the limelight themselves or to try and help your opposition player. Your head does a full 360 and go, why? Why do you not appreciate all the work and everything that I've put in to be
100.
here? Just let me have my moment, whether I win it or lose it myself. Just let it be fair. And it sometimes just that one voice is enough to
96.
unsettle you and really sort of put your head off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I played that year where the women's for the World
100.
Championships, the BDO then World Championships were at the O2. I played one of those afternoon sessions, and sometimes it isn't even malicious. It's just the fact that if it's a smaller intimate area or you don't have a massive crowd in,
134.
I could hear what those guys had for breakfast that morning. I mean, they weren't trying to put me off. It was just then all of a sudden your mind's not fully concentrated on the task at hand. It's very much more distracted by
60.
Why won't they be quiet?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
$134.
Well, whatever it's done, it's made it work for Jared Cole.
44. Jared Yukar, 92.
And he's got 6 from here to take out this 92 and a surprise 4-0 win, it has to be said.
60.
He's looking more likely by the second over John Henderson.
Yeah, all John Henderson can do here, try
97.
and put on a bit of pressure, but Jared Cole just taking his time. You see that big puff of the cheeks. 3 darts at double 16 for a place in the final. Double 8. Double 8 is pinned by Jared Cole. Raises his hands and see how pleased he is, but it's a 4-0 victory, and as Scott was saying throughout that match, everyone kind of put odds on favourites for John Henderson, but it's Cole that rallies to the occasion, and he will be facing Chaz Barstow in the final. Great respect from both players, a wave to the crowd and a round of applause for both. Just wasn't to be for John Henderson in the end, and it's that man there, Jared Cole. All the joy, all the delight, and we'll be seeing him in not such a long time where he'll be taking on Chaz Barstow. Quick look at the stats, and maybe not the levels that we've seen from the players, but it was trouble on the outer ring for Henderson in the end, and Jared Cole managed to take full advantage of the situation. Well, we'll take a short break and we'll be back to see who wins out of Chaz Barstow and Jared Cole.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jared Cole got the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to nil. A dismantling of the Highlander by the King of the Castle, who's looking to christen himself in the church. I suppose that'd be appropriate, wouldn't it, on Easter weekend? He takes on Chaz Barstow in the finale in a few moments' time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. What an intriguing final we have got ahead of us. Laura Turner and Scott Mitchell has been watching every single dart this evening in the commentary box. They join us here in the studio now. We'll go in chronological order in terms of the semi-finals. Chaz Barstow getting the job done against Christian Perez. Raced into a 3-0 lead. Looked very comfortable. Christian threatened a mini comeback, but Chaz realistically just had a little bit too much, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And it took Christian Perez probably a little bit too long to actually get himself into the match. Obviously, once he got into it, he really, really did. But as you say, with that lead, it's quite unassailable for a lot of players. But the way Chaz has been playing, he just maintained that level and, obviously got across the line in the end. And deservedly so, because he has just been Mr. Consistent so far over the last few days.
In the other semi-final, Jared Cole just did a job, didn't he, over John Henderson?
Yeah, he did. John looked tired in that game and sort of really didn't get off to a good start. Jared had a great first leg, got a bit of momentum behind him, and away he went. And yeah, he didn't take his foot off of John's throat, did he?
Sealing it 4-0 with that double 8, and he was almost in a little bit of disbelief as to what happened there. But it was a dismantling of John Henderson, who's not going to win his third week here. Jared Cole, well, he's looking to get his first one over the line, and you can see there the relief on his face. And look, he's one game away now. He's not won a week here, which is incredible when you think about it. But hey, he's got an opportunity here.
Yeah, and you mentioned the kind of that disbelief, and I think everyone else around him knows exactly the levels that he's got, and he really did show it there. But to beat someone like, to beat John Henderson 4 legs to nil, I don't think many people can kind of say they've got that accolade to their name. But yeah, now in the final, it's the only place that all these players wanted to be, and it just happens to be Jared that's joining Chaz, and it's now within his reach.
It felt like a week for John Henderson that you could tell he was trying, but it just never really panned out for him.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about it, really. There were moments that you looked at him and thought, you're struggling a bit. And then there were other times where you're thinking, oh, hang on, he's back. And then he kind of didn't turn up again in that last one. But, who knows what's going on in his head. Could be fatigue, could be anything. But, John, he's always the champion, always graceful in defeat. And, well, you'll never know because you can't tell with the way that he is. He's just that guy that everybody loves. And we're all sad to see him lose at times.
Right, I've got a surprise for both of you because we can announce the full lineup for international pairs. It takes 2 to tango in this particular format. International pairs will get underway on Monday, the 5th of May, and there are some really intriguing combinations there. Scotland jumps out of the page. John Henderson and Robert Thornton. England are going to be represented by Mervyn King and Steve West. The Dutch with Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe. We're going to see Kenya in action. Of course, Peter Rachuri was such a star here at the Super Series, and he's actually going to be back here in Series 11 as well. He's going to be representing Kenya. In Group B, you've got the WDF World Champion Shane McGurk in action alongside a former World Master in John O'Shea. You've got the likes of Gibraltar in there as well. Poland are going to be represented too, as well as France. Looking forward to watching them in action as well. Some really interesting pairings, that is for sure. And I suppose one of the things as well is okay, you got your established names, your Englands, your Hollands, your Scotlands, your Waleses, they are there. But there's also some other nations there, which we know have got talent, we know have got capability, but have got an opportunity to really show it on the big stage.
Yeah, and it's great. It absolutely is. It's a new kind of format for us as well in terms of the international pairs. And like you say, the pairing between Shane McGurk and John O'Shea as well. I mean, that's another standout, solid pairing. I think this format will throw up some really interesting results, but it also gives us an opportunity to see some new faces as well.
And also for some of the nations, and Gibraltar's one that stands out for me because Craig and Justin have played a lot together on the PDC World Cup stage. Now, they'll be the first to admit, on the basis of ability, they may not have the heights of some of the other teams, but the fact that they've played so often together in a pairs environment, could that also give them an even chance?
Look, pairs is a totally separate game altogether. It feels different. You're having to wait every 3 throws before you throw again. It's not turn after turn. So you have to be a special person to accept that. And you have to accept that the breakdown of the game is you're probably only going to get 3 throws a leg. So you have to then start breaking it down. The more you've played together as a pair, probably the better it will gel. And I think you're right. I think they could be a pair that maybe don't stand out on paper, but when it comes to the throwing and being on the board, they could stand out.
Peter Wachuri's going to give us some more fun, isn't he?
I hope so. I mean, he was brilliant when he came here last time as well, and it's great to see another representative from Kenya coming across and playing here at the Super Series as well. But yeah, he was an absolute superstar, wasn't he? We heard quite a lot about him, and sometimes people don't always live up to the billing in terms of the ability and what they actually showcase, but he really did. He was a delight to watch, so I'm hoping we see more of the same, and I'm interested to see how he plays in the pairs.
He's going to be playing alongside Manpreet Kelsey in that one. Just very quickly, Scott, you're the England captain on the WDF side. What's the difference between playing for your country and playing on your own?
It's massive. It's massive. It's the pride. It's the fact that you're wearing the shirt. It's the fact that you're the one that the whole nation is backing to go and get the job done. And it's just a massive, massive honour that you never, ever forget.
Right, back to tonight's action. That gets underway on Monday the 5th of May here on Pluto TV. But to tonight, this is what we've seen so far as we look ahead to the final. It's going to be a meeting between Chaz Barstow and Jared Cole. Now, we were having a little chat about 6:15 this evening, and I dug something out of the archives. Chaz Barstow and Jared Cole have met in a Champions Week final. Now, this was in the previous venue in Southampton at the then Live League. These two know what it's like to tango in big matches. They know each other's game inside out because they're local. There's going to be no surprises about this final from the pair, is there?
No, absolutely not. They're going to know each other's game inside out, as you say. They're both from the same neck of the woods at the moment. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's just another one of those high-level games. Obviously, we mentioned Chaz as being that Mr. Consistent this week, and he's had those high averages. But Jared's just proven you can't write anybody off in this kind of format. He's just brushed aside John Henderson 4-0. So I think it could be an interesting one, and I hope it's one that runs really tight.
Chaz Barstow won that particular fight. He's also won the bullseye in the practice room leading up to the final. Do those kind of head-to-heads mean anything right now, or is this just head down, focus on the task ahead?
If it was 3 weeks ago, yeah, it would mean something now. But because it was a little time ago, I don't believe it is. I think probably what means more is that Chaz could light off a rocket on November the 5th in his garden, and it could land in Jared's garden just over the other side of the motorway. That's how close they live together. So I'm really looking forward to it. I don't think there'll be any fear of each other. I'm just hoping they both throw with a bit of freedom and they really go for it.
And the prize at stake is very, very close. We mentioned it right at the beginning of the night. The winner this evening, depending on average, could be back here on Monday morning. That's how quick the turnaround is. This could be a massive night, and this could be the beginning of perhaps the fortnight of both of their careers.
Yeah, no, it's huge, isn't it? Because obviously we don't have that long wait, as you mentioned before. You go back to Alex Small, and it's been like 3 months since he's been here at the Super Series. This is a continuation. Someone is going to go straight into next week, and yeah, it's just how much they concentrate on it. You know, you need to go up there and just concentrate on just throwing good darts. Everything else is then, subsequent. It happens afterwards. Try not to think too much about the £5,000. Try not to think about Champions Week. It's easy for me sat here saying it, much harder for them. But that's kind of the mentality that you need to have the freedom to at least, play some of your best.
Laura, Scott, thank you very much. Time for the final then. It's Chaz Barstow up against Jared Cole, renewing their rivalries once again.
Tops is in, and Chaz Barstow, he makes it to the final.
Double eight is pinned by Jared Cole.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 10, Week 12, Grand Final, live on Pluto TV. Please welcome our finalists to the stage. First of all, from England, Chaz Barstow! Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the stage Chaz's opponent in this grand final tonight. He also is from England. It's the king of the castle, Jared Cole!
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Timothy. I got the recipe, I got the flow, I got the remedy. I know they do, I know they envy me. Feet on the floor, what they gonna say now? We came along from
Two good friends, two local players, and two players that have got their friends and family watching them for this final. So the last spot at Champions Week will be reserved for either Chaz Barstow or Jared Cole. One will be coming back next week, but who is the answer? Let's find out in the company of Scott Mitchell and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. A whole week's worth of play, and it just comes down to this one match. I should say, Chaz Barstow just down the road from Winchester, as is this man here, Jared Cole. He's currently residing in Chandler's Ford. And when we looked at the stats for Chaz, we were quite confident that if he could maintain the same, then he would find himself in this kind of position. Jared's been up and down. He's had the highs, the 9 darter. We've seen a lot from him, but he's lacked that bit of consistency. But he really upped it in the semi-final. He took control really early on against John Henderson. And for me, if he's going to get the better of Chaz Barstow here, he needs to do something the same. He's against the darts, but that didn't matter for either of these two in the semi-finals.
No, 54. I totally agree, and I think that these guys playing the Southampton Dart Series just up the road on a Tuesday night.
135.
We're in the same room more often than not. Jared will see this as a massive opportunity, but he knows he has a mountain to climb. Chaz is under the pressure from another direction of the fact that he's red hot favourite. And how does he handle being red hot favourite in this situation?
44.
And for me, I'm talking away with my England hat on, and filled and proud as punch that we've got two of our England players up there in this the final. And I tell you, I'll just stop there because Jared just let lows go. He threw with freedom. And a 180 popped in, and I've seen him play differently here in the final than he has probably all night.
Across for double 9 for the first leg.
28. Chaz 129.
In that last visit of 140 for Chaz Barstow has left him on a finish. Yeah, he's got options. 72 was required, and
93.
Tried the double route.
18.
So the route he goes. I think Jared was quite sensible with this dart on his last visit. We were talking about sensible darts, and Jared did that. He threw outside the double 9 and aired on the side of caution.
Second leg, Jared to throw first.
Could have come unstuck had Chaz had a dart at the double, but he didn't. And now Jared has broken the throw, but we keep saying that it's only 58. A break of throw if you hold after. So now the biggest thing that Jared's got to do is hold.
Yeah, and he couldn't find a treble in that opening throw, and Chaz Barstow has found 2. Depending on the response here, it looks like Barstow may have already wrestled away that advantage at throw, but great adjustment in the end for Cole.
Well, it was a 14 dart breaker throw from Jared Cole, so he's in tidy nick.
134.
Now we're getting the flow of the game here.
$44.
I think what I've seen grow in Jared throughout this evening session is just that kind of belief, that confidence. It's a very
60.
tentative start. You think the opening match, he lost 4-0 to Christian Perez, had to really battle against Lewis Gurney to win 4-3, but was absolutely defiant in his victory over John Henderson, winning 4-0 himself. And it's just, his confidence is growing as it's gone on.
105.
Yeah, no, it definitely has.
161.
There's no better time in any of these weeks to have your best game than right here in the final.
90. Chaz 65.
Well, Chaz finds the ball. He was looking for 25 for tops, so 15 required. Left double 6.
53. 71.
So another chance offered to Cole here. 71 goes 39 route, 18 for double top.
Game shot.
He nails it again. He is playing nicely here.
Felt like Chaz to throw first.
And you're going to have to wonder at some point, how important was that miss? It's a solitary go at the outer ring for Chaz Barstow. It would have been to break, to level it back up at 1 apiece, and now he finds himself 2-0 down.
57. 99.
As you saw in the break earlier when we were having a chat on stage, the averages of the winners dictate what group they drop into for Champions Week. And
40.
If Barstow wins the week, the chances are that he will go into Group A and Jensen Walker will drop to Group B.
45.
If Jared Cole wins, Jensen Walker will probably start on Monday morning in Group A. So there is a bit of interest away from here, the Live Lounge
100.
in Portsmouth. That makes a massive difference to when you do start your week as well.
Yeah, very much so.
100.
Barstow just chipping away at the score.
59. 61.
Coin, you just heard that dart clatter into the one in the treble 20. Just lost all momentum.
To be fair, he does get a few of those, doesn't he? When, being around him a little bit. It's not something that he won't be used to. He'll
93.
be water off the duck's back, but it has offered Cole an opportunity to close the gap.
85. WK 152.
Oh, this really would be a showstopper. We've seen a few ton toppers from Jared Cole throughout the week. He's not adding the 152, so
94. Chaz 51.
this now, I think, for Chaz needs to take it cleanly. And cleanly he does take it.
Chaz Barstow. Fourth leg challenge to throw first.
I often think
Game
there is
on.
that importance when you are trailing, that if you can just tidy up a leg with no drama, no chasing around the board and the double, it just gives you that extra bit of confidence.
Yeah, I agree,
60.
and I think it does a nice clean kill. Also affects your opponent a little bit, and it makes him start to think, here he comes. And
100.
yeah, just puts a little doubt in your mind where at 2-0 you have no doubt the momentum's still with you. And
140.
it was a 20 dart leg from Chaz as well, so he didn't have to sort of push the boat out too much
140.
to get it. And now you feel that the momentum's now back with Barstow.
Yeah, and then a well-timed maximum by Jared Cole, his second of the match, and leaves him on a 3-dart checkout.
Got your car 121.
Yeah, Chaz had to come out there.
57. Chazukar 170.
Perfect first, perfect second, bullseye for 2 apiece.
145. Chazukar
Not
64.
far away.
What an attempt. What a great attempt from Chaz Barstow.
Game on the fourth leg. Jericho.
Cleanly taken 64 finish
Good
by
play,
Jared
Chaz,
Cole.
first.
Puts him
Game on.
within one, not just of the weekly title, but we'll put him back here next week for Champions Week.
58.
Yeah, not on spotting duties.
Talk about Jensen Walker perhaps watching on tentatively. I think the rest of the studio is also trying to work out, do we need to find another spotter next week?
Yeah, the Super Series crew will be having a little chase round.
100.
I think the experience of Chaz is at this point, don't panic, you know, you're throwing first, but it looks like Cole is trying to wrestle away that advantage, and third maximum.
$125.
It's a good response there from Barstow. Cole really is
100.
Playing beautifully. You can't take that away from him. Playing lovely.
100. Jadadukar 164.
Well, it's 164 required for Cole for the title. Not going to go, and Chaz Barstow now hoping to rescue the
104.
situation with a 118.
Jadadukar 118.
It was a very clever last dart
95. Jadadukar
from
60.
Jared Cole to leave himself on a 2-darter. This for the Week 12 title and to send him into Champions Week next week. He has 2 darts at it, 1 more to go.
20. Thank you.
And it's not gone.
Jadadukar 23.
That's amazing. You could actually see the wire bent slightly on that last attempt for tops. Chaz now looking at double 10 for 3-2.
3. Jadadukar 40.
Unusual miss from Barstow, but it's Cole again, 3 darts in hand. You can hear what the auditorium here at the Live Lounge think. It's all about all those times you've practiced, all those thoughts and all those feelings have come to fruition. It's Jared Cole
It's the king of the
who
battle.
wins
Jared Cole.
Week 12 of Series 10. He is the name that goes in to next week's Champions Week. There were 12 players coming into the week. Only one could go on to next week's Champions Week. It's the 9-dart hero from the start of the week, Jared Cole. What a job he made of that. What a super job he made of that. Everything was against him. The odds were against him, but he didn't worry about that. Look what it means to him. Jared Cole on the big stage. He will take some coming down from that.
Yeah, it was a wonderful performance, and there you can see the averages, both around the 90 mark. It was missed opportunities at times for Chaz Barstow, but Jared Cole obviously emerged victorious in the end by 4 legs to 1, including that wonderful 71 checkout. He was a player that grew in confidence as the evening went on, and yeah, it's majestic and it's great to see him looking so happy. Yeah, and then we can go and have a chat. Oh, sorry, no, we're going to look at the Weekly 10 winners. I mean, I don't know what stands out for you, but this is a real mixed bag, Scott. This has got a little bit of everything. We've got the legends in there, the likes of Mervyn King and Devon Peterson, but we've also got those nice young up, the ones that are coming up as well.
And what does this mean to Jared Cole? He adds his name. There it is, his little name down there in week 12. It's been a long week for him, but I tell you, he is going to be over the moon. He's now been picked up by Henry, and he's down there on stage, and we'll get the immediate reaction to how he's feeling about being week 12 Series 10 winner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scott. I'm not sure I'm going to get much by way of words. It's been a while. We've been waiting a while to have this conversation, Jared. Many congratulations. At last?
Yeah, you could say that again. Thank God for that. Get in there. Come on!
I tell you what, right? This was a night which could have gone so differently. Game 1, 4-0 obviously against Christian. I know you had to ride your luck a little bit in the group, but once you went through to the semi-finals, you looked like a different animal when it got to knockout.
Yeah, I owe a massive thank you to Lewis Gurney.
He's actually at the back, hiding away. And what I can also tell you as well, because one of the things about the Super Series is the camaraderie between the players. Now, as you went for that winning dart at double, I'm going to do Lewis up like a kipper here. He was actually filming the last darts go in and actually cheering you on for that particular win. And I suppose that shows the camaraderie of what the Super Series is about. But back to you. That final against Chaz, that burst right at the very start of the final, that was kind of what won it for you, didn't it?
I knew I had to start fast against Chaz because Chaz is awesome. He's a fantastic dart player. He beat me back in Southampton in a Champions Week final. I know. But
look where you started.
If I'm honest, I knew I didn't have a chance if I didn't get myself in front because Chaz is awesome. So I had to take my chance, and I'm so glad I did. Thank God for that.
Is the story of this week for yourself a story of perseverance? Because, okay, you had the 9 darts on Monday, but you were the first to admit that Group A didn't quite go to plan. What clicked? I know you changed your darts midway through the week. Was it solemnly that, or was there a little bit more than that changed your fortunes around?
It was all about the mentality. It weren't about the actual darts I threw. It was more about myself, and I knew I had to get myself right for this final. I knew I had to get myself right for the Group C, and I said to myself, right, restart now. Let's prove what you can do. You know you can do this, and now it's time you did it.
The last few years, I know, have been a little bit up and down for yourself on the hockey, but does this make what has happened the last few years all worth it? Does this feel like now a proper springboard for yourself to move forward?
100,000 million%. That was huge for me, and I knew I needed it. I mean, the crowd knows it, clearly.
Couple more from me. First of all, family's there tonight. Does that make it a little bit more special? Your mum's there, your girlfriend's there, they're all there cheering you on. Does that make it a little bit more special? Because I know they mean a lot to you.
1,000,000%. I mean, my family mean the world to me. I've got a lot of friends and family in that crowd, so thank you very, very, very much. But I'm absolutely delighted with what just happened, but ultimately, they made the moment. So thank you very, very much to every single person who was here tonight.
You caused us a headache. What are you meant to be doing next week?
Well, I was meant to be working the most of the week, but somehow I found myself into Champions Week. Come on!
And look, Champions Week ahead now. I can confirm you're in Group C. You're in Group C Thursday, Friday afternoon, which is what you got through this week. But this is an opportunity of a lifetime. £25,000, biggest start of your career. This could be the best fortnight you've ever had, right?
You're not wrong. You really are not wrong. I'm so looking forward to it. I'm so grateful to be in it. And obviously, I have a massive thank you to the crowd that are here today because they made this what it is for me. And obviously, I'm so grateful to be here right now. Obviously, to hit my winning double, it means the world to me, but it's been a long time coming. And these are the people who are part of it with me.
Hey, you've been waiting a while for what we're about to do, right?
Just a little while.
Right, let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, the last player through to Champions Week, the king of the castle, Jared Cole! Well, Jared Cole's through to Championship. I don't think he has an idea what to do with himself, but I think he's going to be holding that trophy a lot. And he is going to be alongside 11 Premier players when the action gets underway on Monday morning. Oh, the breath is back, and I tell you what, it's going to be a breathless week of darts next week. That is the lineup for Champions Week, which begins on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. Now, that's the list of players. Those are the players in the lineup, and well, Jared Cole's the last one there, and he's still on stage. That's his mum there, who I know has been a huge part of his darting journey. And Chaz Barstow there as well, soaking up the adulation. And Jared's somebody, obviously, we know that he works in these buildings, but obviously we've worked with him around other events as well. He's one of the most genuine young men that you'll ever meet in this sport. He's somebody that you want to see do well. And he's had a couple of lean years, and he's the first to admit that. But I can imagine when you go through those hard times, it's moments like this that make it all worth it.
Yeah, 100%. And Scott and I were saying he just seemed to grow in confidence. He suffered that 4-0 loss, then threw everything at the next group stage match. He managed to get over the line at 4-3, at which point, let's be honest, everyone was kind of talking about Chaz, was talking about Perez, was talking about Henderson. Then absolutely brushes past Hendo, 4-0. And like we said before, not many people can say that, and then knew that he had to make a strong start. It was something, again, that we touched on. He made a strong start against Henderson, needed to do the same against Chaz. He was against the darts and managed to do it. And honestly, like you say, we all work with him. He's also, you know, an England teammate for both Scott and myself. And yeah, it just feels you... I'm kind of quite proud of both of the guys that made the final. But yeah, really pleased for Jared.
He's going to kill me for saying this, but I've been driving him in this week, and he said two things. I think I'm going to hit a 9 dart, and I think I'm going to win the week. He's done both of them wrapped up in one.
Well, we'll have to start listening to everything he says now, won't we? And actually taking.
He'll be taking your job, not spotting.
Absolutely, look. I think he could turn his hand to whatever he wants, to be honest.
That is Connor Harvey, our players marshal, who's someone that's a very good friend of his, and actually he's one of those unsung heroes behind the scenes. And Jared offering, well, I suppose a hug to him. I don't think he asked for it, but he got it nonetheless. But the way that he went about that final against Chaz, he took the lead early, took out some clutch checkouts, and never relinquished that advantage, did he, at any point?
No, absolutely not. And kind of when he was speaking to you afterwards, he said that was his game plan. Obviously, we all have a game plan, you know, it's just, you know, but he executed it really well. He stuck with it. He took his time. He took a bit of a pause when those big darts were coming in, obviously the tops for the match. Big breath. Then again, just stepped up to the yoke. He did everything in his own time. It was all really quite measured. Early on, I think we were seeing maybe a bit of panic from him, but he also found a rhythm, as Scott was saying. He found this new rhythm, and everything just seemed to click.
How much maturity does that show to do that on the spot? Because, as I mentioned in the interview, the night could have gone so badly wrong for him after the game against Christian.
But I think the night started the way that he kind of started the week. You know, he hit that 9-darter, but he didn't win another game on that day. You know, there's things about his game that he knows that he has to sharpen up. But the fact is it that he needs to sharpen up, or is it that he's got to get his mindset slightly different and believing in his ability a little bit more? Because we've seen him all week with 3 darts in his hand, missing. But as a clutch shot or a clutch finish or a 110 or a 1, he's hit 12 of them, 13 of them this week. So when he's only got 1 dart in hand, he's hitting it. So there's something just goes between the ears there at some point when he's got 3 darts in his hand and he's going for a double. He sorted that out tonight. After that first game, he sorted that out. Got himself as a bit of a front runner tonight, put his clamp down on it and said, right, come and get me. And he was getting 2-0 up and 3-0 up. And then sat there and just hanging on and doing enough to get over the line. And I just think it's superb the way that he spun it round from the start of the evening.
So Jared Cole is the final name into the Champions Week list, and we can now show you the list of players and where they're going to be put. Now, Laura, there's a bus coming, and I'm about to throw you under it here because I'm going to go through the group by groups and kind of the players that you're expecting next week to have a really good run and you expect to get close to potentially winning this title.
Yeah, thanks for that. No, honestly, I mean, this is Champions Week. So, look, any one of them, I'll be honest, the ones that I've worked on, especially the likes of a Derek Coulson, I think he's one of those players that, and also David Davies, they were 2 players for me that kind of really did go under the radar at the start of their weeks. They weren't ones that everyone was really talking about. They're, for me, they're ones to watch because we know they've got those big games in them. But, you know, Shane McGurk, he's obviously a proven play. You've got the likes of Mervyn King and Devon Peterson in there. It's a really hard one to call. But, yeah, I think there's some players to really keep an eye out for.
Is this the type of week where we look at players' seasons as well, where we look at what players may have done on the Challenge Tour, what they've done in other arenas, and maybe use that as a way of assessing how they could possibly get on this week, next week, shall I say?
Yeah, you look around and you start looking for big game guides, don't you? That's exactly what it is. You're looking for a guide to what they're doing in the big moments and the big games, because next week, every game is a big game. It's not a normal week. You don't get loads and loads of shot at a Champions Week. So you've got to get things right nearly every game if you want to win it. Although it's a very similar format to a normal week, it means that much more. So I see there'd be more intensity, and some of the games are going to be quite tense come the end of them.
And there's a lot of debutants in there. Granted, there's a mirroring range of experience, the likes of Alex Small, Sam Spive. This is by far the biggest thing they've ever done. They'll probably be the first to admit that. But then you've got players like Mervyn King, Shane McGurk. They've won World Championships in Shane's case. Mervyn King's won a World Masters in his case, playing for the very first time. When you've got the likes of David Davies that have been there a couple of times, how important could the experience of playing in this particular week be in comparison to maybe experiences in other arenas?
Yeah, I guess it goes back to what Scott was just saying, because you can kind of mitigate for the way that you might be feeling when you turn up to these big games. You know that you kind of know what expectation there is in terms of, wow, actually this means a lot more than what it did when I played here on a week, because think of the work it takes. We always say at the start of a week, the idea is to get into the final. Then when you're in the final, the idea is to win it. And it's taken that much already. Now you're in Champions Week, you've got to try and get into another final. And then when you're in the final, you've got to try and win it. There's so many stages to be that one person that emerges from the end of one of these series. Whoever wins it, wow, they will really deserve it. But yeah, I think sometimes the experience of just knowing that kind of pressure, that can really help.
One final question, and I'm going to ask it to both of you. What does it take, do you think, to win a Champions Week?
It's going to take hitting the right things in the right moments, recognising turning points in the game. It might only be a 2-2, it might be a 170, but you've got to recognise that moment as a momentum swinger. That's what you've got to recognise, and when you start doing those, because they'll come all week, and when you start hitting them, you then start to get the confidence and the belief. And once you start believing you can do anything between your ears, then you can achieve it. There's no two ways about it. But sometimes you have to convince yourself by doing special things through the week. And the one that does the most special things in the special moments will win the week.
What's the special recipe for success next week, do you think?
You're asking the wrong person. No. Well, to be fair, look, my time here, I came here the first time and I had no confidence whatsoever. Came back, different kind of mindset, different mentality, made it through to a final. And I do think it's that. I do think with any dart match, actually, it's mentality, it's belief. And then that kind of breeds, when you start winning, it then breeds even more confidence. And it's just making sure that you just maintain those kind of levels. Believe in yourselves. You've got to this stage. And then hopefully that would just be conducive to see the best darts from all the players.
This is the last Saturday night this series. We're going to work, the three of us. We've had some fun together. We've seen some very special things, haven't we, so far in this series?
Yeah, we have. We've had some. Yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster again, isn't it, in terms of a series and the things that we've seen. But I mean, just this week alone, you just think we've seen the 9 darter. We've seen. Oh, honestly, it's been wonderful, and I'm hoping for more of the same next week.
The Super Series just continues to deliver series after series. We find new faces, we find new people, we find out about people, and I just hope it just continues and continues and continues, because people go on from here, and that's exactly what it's designed to do.
I've really enjoyed tonight. Really enjoyed working with the pair of you as well on Saturday nights over the seas. It's been really good fun. Scott, Laura, as ever, thank you so much. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV before the big day on Monday. We'll be looking back at some of the finals, which has taken us to this particular point. We'll be having a look at how Mervyn King got here with our full session replay programs, which will be available in the lead up to Monday's action. That's coming up next. Then the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk will be one of the Champions League participants in Devon Peterson. He's also the reigning ADC Global Champion. The live darts resumes on Monday from 9:30 as Champions Week gets underway. In the big night, this time next week, we will know who the champion's going to be. It gets underway from 7:30 on Saturday the 26th of April. We're going to be suited and booted and ready for all of the action. But that is it from us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Another series is about to come to a close, but the exciting bit has only just begun as Champions Week gets underway on Monday morning. And I suppose perhaps appropriate that under the church we've got a royal seal of approval. The prince was ousted by the king of the castle, who made the church his manor tonight. From all of us here, take care. We'll see you Monday. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is finals night, and it's a knockout. Dirty